On what is actually quite a momentous day for a reason I'll explain in a moment. But do just want to comment on the fact that I have had a suggestion that there should be a code of conduct complaint raised against Councillor Mead for wearing such an outrageous costume. However, I'm going to rule that, offensive as it is, that would still be frivolous, and trust that that's the last time we'll be subjected to that particular item of clothing in this chamber. It's momentous because this week we have marked our Chief Executive's 40th anniversary as... So I should complete my sentence. It's not his 40th anniversary as Chief Executive of Hamilton City Council. 40 years of active service within local government in the same week that he celebrates his birthday. So congratulations to you on both those milestones. But the final one, which most elected members will be aware, is that today marks the 50th anniversary of the arrival on this planet of Councillor Jamie Strange. So very happy birthday. As I told him a few moments ago, I don't think he looks more than a day over 49. And, so, welcome to you all, and welcome to those. We've got a large number in the public gallery today, so before we get into the agenda, could I invite our kaumātua Tāmei Pokaia to open our hui, please.
Atamari e kia tātou katoa e hui tahi nei mua I te aroaro o te koro matua, me te koro matua tuarua, Jeff. Koutou ngā mema o te kauni hera e kimi ana e rapu ana I ngā taonga o tō tātou hāpori o kirikiri noa kānu te mihi aroha kia koutou. Ngā mema o te hāpori I hara mai ki te whakatakoto, ki te whakarongo, ki he tehe o ngā kaupapa o tēnei rā, kānu te mihi atu kia koutou hoki. Koutou e pupuru ki ngā kōrero, tēnei te mihi atu. No reira e te atua kaharawa koe nei mātou e whakawhekai atu kia koe I rungi te ngō tātou kaihanga o te rangi I me te whenua, ko koe tau mātou piringa, ko koe tau mātou amorangi, ko koe tau mātou toka tū moana, anei mātou a whakawhetai I rungi te ingo tō tātou kai whakaora, mo ake ake, Amen.
Amen.
Kānu te mihi.
Kia ora Tāmei, and many thanks as always. We will now commence with the agenda, and the first item on the agenda is apologies. Have we received any apologies today? An apology from Councillor Niha for lateness. Is that on council business?
I'll be absent on council business between 12:40 and 2 p.m. today. Yeah.
Okay, so all right. So we've received. Are there any further apologies?
Question, Mayor McIndoe, just on the, because as you know, I help keep the records for apologies. I just wanted to confirm whether councillors who have, or Councillor Niha, is it on council business or is there a reason? Because I'm raising it just because I think the business of council and the committees is the only council business, and I think we need some tightening up there.
My understanding of these meeting with one of the about the amalgamation consideration, so that would be council business perhaps, I don't...
It's related to council business, but
Yeah.
it's not the same. Council business means something that's authorised. Anyway, look, we won't go any further into that at that point. I appreciate Senior Councillor O'Leary's comment, and I think that's a matter that we'll just have to discuss after this meeting. But for now, would someone like to move the apologies, please? That's been moved by Councillor Pike. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bidder. I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. We move into the confirmation of today's agenda. And of course, we've got a particularly significant item of business with the adoption of our annual plan, but the agenda has been circulated to you all. Would someone like to move the confirmation of the agenda? It's Councillor Mead. Thank you. A seconder, please. Councillor Huata. Thank you very much. All in favour, please say aye. I'll just point out, observe again that the agenda includes the additional topic. We will be receiving a brief update from Councillor Thompson in relation to the Te Huia rail service topic, which was a late item noted in my Chair's report. So I'll give Councillor Thompson a chance to speak to that when I present the Chair's report. We'll move on now to declarations of interest. Does anyone have any interest that needs to be declared relating to today's agenda items? Councillor Strange.
Interest on item 9.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further declarations of interest? Then we move on into public forum, and I think we have a full list almost of speakers today in public forum, so welcome to you all. I'll invite you to come forward to sit at the front, I think would be the best thing, starting with John McDonald, after which we have Horiana Henderson, Jane Lawrence, Stuart Aitken and Lee Gia. Please. Welcome, John. All public forum speakers have 5 minutes. If you wish to allow time for questions, please do make sure that you finish before the 5 minutes, because we won't be able to go over the 5.
Kia ora. I'll start off with briefly praising the councillors for their work on the annual plan. I have not had time to scrutinise it, but it looks like in detail, but it looks like it's a move in the right direction, and you are trying to rein in costs and tackle procurement issues. I do note that surplus, or returning council to surplus, always seems to be a couple of years away. So I suggest you work harder to get to surplus sooner. The main issue I'm raising today is item 7, attachment 4, the letter from the Chief Executive of EY. Now, yesterday I sent councillors an open letter with a point-by-point breakdown and refutation of a number of issues and areas in that letter. I won't go over that full letter today, but I'll summarise some key areas. I'll also send a version of that letter to the Minister of Local Government with some other information about concerns with EY. There are signs of good news in the EY's the letter from EY's Chief Executive. Most of that good news involves choices made to lower costs and lower risks. Most of those choices involve using council payroll, invoicing and IT systems for the early years of EY. I support that, but that is also a strong argument for keeping water services in-house permanently. As EY transitions away from shared admin and IT, we can expect both costs and risks to increase. This adds to concerns for EY past 2019, where EY has ceased to give us projections for household cost increases past that point. Past 2029, we're also in a situation where the price smoothing runs out. So price smoothing appears to be EY running operational deficits for the first 3 years, getting deeper into debt to keep the cost increases down. So that might be good for the first 3 years, but it hints that in the future costs are going to rise rapidly to pay back that debt they've borrowed. And we should be able to see those projections out to 10 years. If you can scroll to the next one on there. So I draw attention particularly to pages 24 and 26 of the EY Water Services Strategy. On page 24 we have, page 26 we have corporate jargon, which may be generated by AI, where they talk about portfolio or savings and efficiency, portfolio resizing for deliverability, systematic procurement partnering for renewals, conservative but rising savings trajectory across the period. Now, there are some signs of some good things in there. We should be partnering to reduce procurement costs, and we can do that without forming a water CCO. On page 20, on page 26 and page 55, we have examples of various AI slop errors. I will focus on page 55 of the Water Services Strategy, and particularly the Hamilton Western Wastewater Interceptor Capacity Upgrade. Now, this whole page is full of AI slop because the AI doesn't understand how decimal points work. So it does a confusing mix of sometimes using a comma as a decimal point, as if we're in Norway, or using a full stop as a decimal point where we should use it in New Zealand, or potentially leaving out the decimal point entirely. So this wastewater interceptor upgrade, the first upgrade is probably $6.35 million, but how it's written here in the New Zealand parlance, it looks like $6.35 billion. Now, that's probably not that expensive. Auckland is doing, I think it's a $1.6 billion wastewater interceptor, but that blows EOY's complete budget. So I think that should be a full stop in there, and it should be $6.3 million. Then a number of years later, they do a second upgrade, and it's down here as almost $700 million. So we're getting up over $500 million.
John, I'm sorry, you have gone over time now, and we've got quite a long meeting, so was there a final point you wanted to make otherwise?
These are important numbers, and this is an important report, and there are people on over six-figure salaries with at least 3 months in a team to generate these numbers. This is the social contract between the residents of Hamilton and EOY for the debt they're borrowing, and they need to be transparent about how much they're borrowing, how they can repay it, and what they're spending it on, and this report is not up to scratch for that.
Thank you, John. Horiana, could I invite you forward, please?
Good morning, my name is Horiana Henderson and I am a Hamilton ratepayer. I am speaking to the annual plan and item 7, attachment 4. 2 additional things I need to add to the document I gave was that I was party to the petition that John will have spoken about that was handed in to council regarding EOY. And also that I sent an email regarding amalgamation to all councillors previously, but only had responses from a few councillors. And so I do request that more responses to me and in response to that email are sent. And I'll carry on my submission now. I'm speaking to the annual plan in item 7, attachment 4. My concern is EOY. The annual plan says governance is about providing sound leadership and making good decisions in the best interests of our city. That is the standard by which this decision should be judged. I do not believe EOY is in Hamilton's best interests. It is not in Hamilton's best interests for household water charges to increase by around 71% over the next 3 years to support up to $3 billion worth of debt. Future generations of Hamiltonians will be expected to carry that burden, generations like my children. It is not in Hamilton's best interest to take on around $2 billion of additional debt based on growth projections that may never eventuate. Peacock should have been a lesson about the cost of overestimating growth. Instead, EOY is planning for around 22% population growth as directed by councils, while actual growth is much closer to 1%. It is not in Hamilton's best interest to combine Hamilton's water services with those of Waikato District. Hamilton is New Zealand's 4th largest city with infrastructure needs that are fundamentally different from a district covering more than 420,000 hectares and numerous small towns. It is also not in Hamilton's best interest to move services out of council when Peter Winder's own letter makes it clear that much of EOY's staff, expertise, systems and capability are simply transferring from Hamilton City Council. If the people, knowledge and resources already exist in-house, Hamiltonians deserve to know why they will be paying substantially more for what is largely the same capability. Finally, it is not in Hamilton's best interests to make one of the biggest governance decisions in the city's history without genuine public understanding and consent. Many Hamiltonians still have little idea what EOY is or what it will mean for their household budgets. Community members have had to organise public meetings simply to explain these changes. That should have been the council's responsibility, and that is EOY's responsibility, and only now is their website up. Item 7 asks you to receive EOY's Chief Executive's letter, assuring you that EOY is ready to go live. I disagree. An organisation is not truly ready to go live when the governance that created it has failed the very standard set out in this annual plan. A decision of this magnitude should have been transparent, accountable, and made with informed consent of the people who live with its consequences. On that test, EOY is not ready. And I wanted to add that today, all 15 elected members, you have your seats, you have your voice, you have your ability to vote and to influence directly water for our city and the people that you were elected to serve. Come July 1st, that changes. If any of you have wished for an opportunity to disembark from this freight train of a corporatisation of what used to be and today currently still is a basic human right and access to water, then you have your opportunity today. And I don't think that opportunity exists for you tomorrow. A word of encouragement from Ontario author Tim Snyder: don't obey in advance. And I hope I'm setting that example for you today. And so, yeah, I close with, stop EOY and return this decision to the people of Hamilton. EOY is not ready to go live. Thank you.
Thank you, Horiana. We don't appear to have any questions, and we're just about at the 5 minutes, but thank you for coming in. Jane Lawrence, please.
Good morning. Kia ora koutou, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address the item under discussion, the EOY proposal. My name's Jane Lawrence. I live in Pukeri and have lived there since it was actually the edge of town. It's no longer the edge of town, but I have obviously a vested interest in the future of the city, my city. I am dismayed and somewhat angry about the ill-considered decision-making process and decisions that were made predominantly by the previous council, but the ramifications and the consequences have an opportunity to be readdressed by the council members here today. And I would like to think that these far-reaching consequences are given the consideration, the due consideration that for future generations and of our children and those that will be liable without necessarily having the level of input that they might have when it is these assets are still within the ratepayers' purview. So I believe there was insufficient engagement with the public to give due awareness and credence to the consequences of the decision. And I don't believe that an insert in the council website was sufficient information. It's only recently more information there now. The ratepayers themselves have been holding meetings where I believe it would have been the councillor's responsibility to engage with the public and give them the information that is required to give some input into the decision making. You're representatives of your constituents, and their views and concerns must be considered. As an aside, those council members that made unanimous decision to divest our assets into an organisation that will be at arm's length from ratepayers' input and, in fact, council's input. Well, I shan't be voting for them as trustees on other public, such as Well Energy. If they got this so wrong, what other decisions might they also get wrong? So, as is pointed out, the rates, I believe, that have been our water rates that are part of our rating bill should have been quarantined and applied to the water infrastructure, maintenance, upgrades, and obviously new piping. A lot of expense was with the new piping coming from Peacocks to the water treatment plant. And that budget is certainly went way over the estimated proposed budget. So and as was pointed out, a number of the staff that are in fact have oversight of our waters will be taken over to this new entity. So we have already competence and capabilities within council, and now they'll be shifted out to another organisation with added costs, cost of a CEO, the vehicles, the branding, everything that goes with that, with those funds that could have remained in-house and applied to our waters, as an example of other councils doing exactly that, keeping them in-house. Auckland is one of them. Not necessarily the best example, but they're working towards keeping those assets owned by ratepayers, not by a third party. So I am concerned that a number of those funds were applied to pet projects rather than our rates for water applied to waters. So that in future, I would like to think that right now, councillors here err on the side of caution and press stop. Given the ramifications for future generations, and as was pointed out, the inaccuracies in the presentation from the incoming CEO and the staff that have been working on budgeting, the insufficient information going forward, the projections, we have no idea what ratepayers will be liable for. So I would like to highly recommend that you use your vote to stop this until due consideration by this council, not the previous councillors, is given weight on behalf of the ratepayers.
Thank you, Jane. Unfortunately, we have gone over time,
Yep,
so we will need to move on. Stuart Aitken, please.
Morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to talk here today. I'm Stuart Aitken. I'm here to talk about EOI. Look, Horiana and I, with the help from John, have been running the Stop EOI Facebook page for a few weeks now, well, just over 2. And what we've noticed is that there is an enormous number of Hamiltonians who had no idea EOI existed, far less what it was and what it meant for Hamilton water users. Once they found out, the feedback was almost identical from all of them. Where was the consultation? I'm not talking about the brief, barely advertised consultation back in March this year. EOI was initially okayed back in December 2024. I'm talking about full consultation over whether a CCO was the best course of action when there were other options available, in particular an option to keep the control of waters in-house, which would have meant council maintained control and oversight, particularly on procurement. Instead, what we have is a limited liability company owned 50-50 by Waikato District Council and Hamilton City Council, over which we have no control except a letter of expectation which gets sent to the Chief Executive every 3 years. But it gets sent via the shareholder forum to the board and eventually to the Chief Executive. If you think that this is having real teeth when it comes to oversight, I have some gums to sell you. And it would appear Hamiltonians agree. In our short stint on Facebook, we have recorded over 127,000 interactions with the last few days averaging over 15k and peaking at 26,000 on Tuesday. We now have more than 273 followers, with more following every day. We also started a petition which garnered 194 signatures in a very short time frame with minimal resources and was handed into council yesterday. Our success rate at gaining signatures was around 85%. EOI claimed to be producing lower water costs than what council were predicting back in 2025, but this is where John's mention of price smoothing comes into play. Potentially running operational losses in order to keep the early increases low is not honest trading. Because in order to borrow the money at the end of the day, all they need is revenue, and they can borrow 500% of that revenue. Stop EOI, it's never too late. Thanks.
Thank you, Stuart. There is time for questions. If anyone has, if any elected members have any? Sorry, I'm sorry, that's not within standing orders. The questions are for elected members.
No.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Stuart, for your comments. I think my question is, as I understand it, EOI is already standing up. The assets have been transferred, the debt's been transferred, the staff have been transferred. I don't see today as a real opportunity to stop it. My question is, what are you asking for given this current environment?
If it fails to be stopped, which I know is a big ask given 1st of July is only a few days away, then there, at the very least, that's still the goal, is to stop it. But at the very least, the oversight needs to be much more direct from council, and it needs to be much more frequent than once every 3 years. And that needs to be over procurement, it needs to be over management, needs to be over the board. We need to know that the board of directors, that the executives, everyone has experience in dealing with a waters entity.
Thank you. And if I can have a follow-up question to that.
Yep.
As I noted, I don't know that stopping it today is a viable alternative. So if I take from your comments, I just want to understand, make sure that my understanding is correct, is that if EOI can't be stopped today, what you would ask for is very good scrutiny over the procurement, over all of the other things that you've noted.
Yes, that's, now this is me, as opposed to stop EOI. But yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. On behalf, I just asked what the question was, and I believe if I've got this right, is it correct that the contract, it's probably to everybody, the contract was signed over 12 months ago already and it can't be undone? That was her question. I'm not sure who the answer is, but yeah. Is that correct? Yeah.
There's been a whole lot of approvals and over time. 11th of March this year was the formal transfer agreement of assets, staff liabilities, debt, etc., etc. So, and there's been other approvals over other matters over the last 6 months. So,
I think she was aiming at the very initial one. That was back 2024, wasn't it? Sorry.
Well, that was council preferring its, confirming its preferred
Yeah.
long-term solution.
Yeah.
And then it went out to consultation, which was early to mid-2025, where any member of the public had an opportunity to actually submit on that.
Yeah. Thanks, Lance. All right. Cool.
Sorry, turn that back on. Thank you, Stuart. And the final, I think the final speaker for public forum today is Lee Shea.
Ask a clarifying question of Chief Executive in relation to the answer that he just gave.
The slight problem that I have is that questions are meant to be for the speaker in the public forum. Is it in relation to the answer that he just
Yes.
gave? Well, given that it's about that, I'll allow it, but please keep it tight.
Thank you. So the answer that you gave was the approval was given in March this year in relation to the transfer agreement. But as being a party to that agreement, was that agreement not made in reliance on the earlier approval by the previous council to set up? And that was merely a procedural matter rather than a deciding of whether or not EOI should proceed matter.
This council, it was the 29th of May 2025, where it formally voted to form the joint waters company with Waikato District Council.
Thank you.
And I just note that the decision was a unanimous decision of both Waikato District and Hamilton City Council prior to Christmas in 2024. So this is a process that has been undertaken over a very lengthy period of time. But is Lee Shea here? Are you Lee Shea? It's your time to come forward, please, to present in our public forum. Kiara, good
我是
morning.
中国的，说中文可以吗？我现在就是看各位领导，我是在 Hillcrest Library 隔壁那个档口的 takeaway 的店。
I wonder whether, yes, I'm.
我就是想在
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm wondering if it would be easier for you to speak in Mandarin and we could perhaps ask our councillor Leo Liu to interpret for you. Would you appreciate that opportunity?
6。哦，好，谢谢。
Are you comfortable doing that, councillor Liu? Okay, could I ask that the time commence again, and we'll have a little bit of leeway. I just think in order to ensure that we understand the points that are being made, it might be easiest if we do it that way. So could I ask you please to stop after every couple of sentences to enable Councillor Liu to interpret for you?
我现在说。
谢谢。
我现在看各位领导给个机会我，因为我现在的店没开，就是我有个意愿呢，我想就是弄个小屋子，就在停车场那里，放在那里可以继续我的经营，因为我的生计现在就是可以延续在那里开。
Thank you everyone for the opportunity. I am the owner of the fish and chips shop, but the Hillcrest Library they got fire damaged. I wish if there could be a small section for me to reopen my business there.
With a temporary, like a
like a small piece that he's asking for, like 50, 60 square.
在哪里开呢？基本上都还有好处，你就是附近的居民啊，可以解决那个吃的，也不用跑到外面去。我们毕竟在那里也做了1年多，跟附近的居民呢都有好的沟通，
They are very popular over there, and in fact, a lot of their customers have asking them to ask them when are they coming back to reopen.
现在暂停了，之前一家人都没有工作，现在但是希望各位领导给个机会，看在哪里。
The business was their only source of income for the whole family, and yeah, they really hope this opportunity can be provided to them for them to carry on, because they're struggling right now.
最好就是各位领导看，可以给个机会在哪里了，用个地方大概也是60平方左右，希望你们可以考虑一下我的意愿，谢谢你们。
Really appreciate if you can consider, help me to find the opportunity to open my business. Thank you.
祝各位身体健康，生活愉快。
Wish you a happy family and a healthy life.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Becoming, appreciate, oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Would you mind staying? Councillor Bitter has a question. And we do have time for it.
Is this is a temporary opening, maybe like a food truck on the site, until the building is rebuilt, or are you wanting a space in the new building, or both?
Ask Councillor Liu.
你想要一个就是现在临时可以有一个 food truck 在那边，然后你现在就可以开，还是你想要就是那个建好以后，你还有一个摊位在那边，还是？
最好现在都可以。如果安排得到，就是通电通水，因为我去也找过这些类型的屋子。
He said he would appreciate any opportunity for him to make a dollar, and he actually went to a few like Build Smart who can provide solution for them.
Councillor Pike, if your question is to Councillor Liu, and then to the speaker.
Sorry.
Sorry. I'm just mindful of directing the
Yeah, firstly, thank you to Councillor Liu for your translating and supporting us today. It's more of a matter of process. I recognise that the item that they're speaking to is not part of the agenda today. I wondered if whether we can have a staff action that perhaps myself as Chair of Community can meet with staff and the owners offline to facilitate further discussion and find a way forward.
Thank you, that is helpful. Libraries are included as part of the annual plan, of course, so there's a tenuous connection, but I accept the point that you're making, Councillor Pike. Are you able to just convey that information?
这个 Emma Park 他是我们的那个社区发展委员会的主席，他说建议就是说今天的把你这个就是需要考虑的事情放到就是以后我们就是单独来考虑一下你这个事情。
好，谢谢。
谢谢, thank you. And, so perhaps Councillor Pike and Councillor Liu could confer afterwards and make an arrangement to that. Thank you to all who have spoken in our public forum today. There is a fairly detailed EOI report attached to the Chair's report, so the Chief Executive of EOI is here, and I imagine he may be in a position to respond to some of the issues that have been raised. We move on now to item number 5, which is the confirmation of the the Council's open meeting minutes of the 28th of May. They're fairly detailed and commence on page 8 of the agenda on diligent. I will move that those minutes be adopted and approved. That's been seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We also need to adopt Council workshop open notes from 2 workshop sessions held on the 27th of May and the 10th of June. Again, these notes have been circulated. I wonder if the Governor's lead would like to move.
If we can move the subject to some slight amendments, because the apology records don't quite line up, and I don't want to spend time. Sorry, I should have emailed that to everyone.
Do you wish to note those additions now?
There's quite a few,
corrections now,
so I
quite a few.
think I need to check the records first with
Then
governance.
Could I seek the leave of the meeting? My sense is, given that those are pretty technical and just corrections to attendance
Subject to,
records,
yeah.
if the Governor's lead could work with governance to ensure that that is corrected afterwards. Is everyone comfortable with that? It would appear that we are. Therefore, would Senior Councillor like to move, subject to those corrections, and Councillor Thompson has seconded. I don't think we need any debate for that, so I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? No. That is...
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. I need to keep reminding myself not to do that. Right. So we move on now to the Chair's report, which you'll find on page 27 and following.
You start just on process, Me McIntyre, I wonder if you would allow 3 minutes debate, just because the Chair's report's so detailed. And if you're
Thank
happy.
you, Senior Councillor O'Leary. And yes, it's a particularly significant day with some meaty topics, and the Senior Councillor had raised that with me. I'm very happy to agree to that request. So 3 minutes will be permitted in debate, and I imagine there will be some questions leading to that. So just very quickly in presenting my report, and I just will reiterate that I indicated to Councillor Thompson I'd give her a chance at this point to speak to the Tahuia matter that she's been liaising with us. Of course, the really important work for today is for us to adopt our annual plan, and I do want to thank and acknowledge the considerable body of work that staff have undertaken on this. It's a huge exercise and obviously a vitally important one to enable us to set our rates for the year ahead, but also to deal with a large number of other matters. It will, of course, confirm the decision that we have made for the reintroduction of 2 hours free parking in the CBD, for which I'm personally very grateful and again appreciate the work that everybody has done. Do just want to highlight again that we are in the process of undertaking a pretty important exercise which all councils around the country are currently undertaking to respond to the government's requirement for us to submit amalgamation proposals. Hamilton City Council has indicated from the outset that we intend to be a head start council. In other words, that we will put forward proposals that we believe to be in the best interests of Hamiltonians while working respectfully with our regional partners, rather than sitting back and being a backstop, which would essentially mean that decisions are made for us. I thank councillors for the work that they have been undertaking. We have had several workshops. We are attempting to engage with our residents and ratepayers within the constraints of the process, which is only a 3-month process, and we're we're about halfway through that process now. So to anybody listening, could I just encourage you to take your opportunity to go online through the council website, submit in response to the survey where we are asking for people to comment on the principles that you believe are most important as we reach our decision. And this is an evolving process. We're doing everything we can to try to ensure that we engage the public as best we can, while also engaging with our mayoral forum colleagues from throughout the region with their council and elected member colleagues, with iwi and a number of interested parties. And there are quite a few groups that are now organising public meetings to enable the public to come along and hear what is being proposed and to consider what our options are. You'll see that there are a couple of letters that are attached to the Chair's report. One follows up on the undertaking I gave this council to raise the concern that we have over the inadequate capacity for responding to fire and emergency issues here in the city. I haven't yet received the reply from the Minister that it is expected, although I have received an acknowledgement of it, and will obviously be updating you as soon as I have that response. There's also a letter that has gone to the Minister for Biosecurity, and I'm particularly wanting to mention this because a number of councillors have been contacted in recent times by ratepayers and residents, particularly those who live close to Hamilton Lake, because of the huge increase in the number of Canada geese who are now on the lake and actually becoming a real nuisance. It is a biosecurity problem. Dealing with biosecurity problems, particularly with birds that, even if they were to be relocated, have the potential to come back quite quickly, is not an easy problem to solve. And so we are looking to central government for measures that they are undertaking in order to strengthen and modernise pest management tools. And again, I'll keep you posted once I have the Minister's response to it. We are very sympathetic with those residents who are having to cope with this problem. They're pretty noisy creatures, and they fly over my house quite regularly as well. But please just be aware of the fact that in a high-density urban area, we have to be very careful about the way in which we deal with this particular issue. I won't speak to every other aspect in the report. I've already mentioned amalgamation. We have the Local Government New Zealand Conference coming up fairly soon, and today we will need to agree on another representative from this council. I wonder now perhaps if I pass over to Councillor Thompson just for her to speak to the Te Huia issue.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. So at our City Delivery Committee last week, we had formally noted our disappointment in regard to not being consulted on the fare increase issue for Te Huia, but we deferred any decision around whether we'd come to a formal view around the actual fare increase itself. So this is just closing the loop on that, because part of that motion was to circulate information to elected members. So I circulated the staff report that went to the 28 May council meeting, and it's just a brief outline of some of the key information that's come through. The Regional Council staff have recommended a 10% increase for both bus and Te Huia fares starting from 1st of July. It's now proposed buses will increase by 10%, but Te Huia will increase by 25%. This will require significant extra work to decouple bus and train fares and set up a new fare tariff system for Te Huia. In order to make this happen, both the increase to the bus and train fares will be delayed until 27 September of this year. The report estimated the 25% increase for Te Huia would result in additional revenue this coming financial year of around 56k, compared to if it was a 10% increase once you take into account the delayed start. However, this delay will also result in a reduction to the overall revenue from bus fares coming in this financial year, because they're also being delayed. I was not, given short time frames and capacity issues over at the Regional Council, I was not able to get a firm answer from them in regard to how much that would be, but I circulated to elected members my own estimate based on data we have available would potentially be around 75,000. And as some final notes, patronage for April and May are up 52% compared to the same time last year, likely due to reduced disruption and the increases in fuel prices. And also, the Regional Council is signing off its annual plan today, where they'll be ratifying their annual plan decisions. I spoke with Chair Warren this morning, and he has indicated there would unlikely be appetite from a majority of elected members to revisit the decision. Now, I say that as the fairest representation of what he said this morning as possible. So that's hopefully a helpful summary of, the key points that came through in terms of that information.
Thank you, Councillor.
So, so at this stage, I'm not putting forward a motion to request a revisit of the decision, just because there's generally the timeframes now for them to re-look at it, and also potentially the willingness isn't there. But I thought it was important to close the loop on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and appreciate the work that you've been undertaking and the way in which you've communicated with us all in recent days. We'll probably have further questions on some of the topics that we've been covering. I'm noting that the recommendation to receive my report, which is the standard one, also, of course, includes, at the moment, 2 X's. We do need some an indication, an expression of interest in those who might wish to be alternates for the, as presiding delegates to the LGNZ AGM on the 31st of July. I'm wondering if, I haven't actually, I don't think I've received an expression of interest from anyone, but is there anyone who would like to ensure? Councillor Huata and Councillor Moroney. How many alternates do we need? 4 in total, thank you. So we have Councillors Huata, Moroney, Corrales, and Kate. That's it. Oh, right. I did have a late expression there. Happy it would be unfortunate to go to a vote on that. So thank you to those 3 who've put their names. So if those 3 names, please, could be inserted into section B of the recommendation. I will therefore move the recommendation on page 27. Could I have a seconder for that, please? The Deputy Mayor, thank you. So it's moved and seconded. I'll move now to questions. Senior Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Chair McIntyre. I was just want to make sure that that's not coming out of those councillors' PD budget, is it? That's ratified by council out of the pool of, not that the pool is particularly big, but...
It's an online AGM, so there shouldn't be any cost to
Oh, is this not for the LGNZ conference as well?
No, well, this year, the conference and the AGM have been separated, so the AGM is going ahead. It was a decision, I think, taken by LGNZ when the fuel crisis first hit to push because normally the conference would be in the middle of the year. This year it's in October, but in order to meet the constitutional requirements, the AGM is going ahead and it will be an online meeting in July.
Oh, okay.
So there won't be any cost for those councillors in being involved. Councillor Moroney.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor McIntyre. On your report, just had a question around actually, I think, an omission in your report rather than something that's actually in it. I noticed that there is no reporting on the announcement that you made during the period of a financial advisory reference group. And I wondered if there was a reason why that wasn't covered in your report.
Well, it's not covered in the report, so it's actually not a topic that should be raised at this point. I believe that I have covered that with councillors, and it's something that I have the authority to do. It's in the public domain. The media have reported on it, so I don't consider it's an omission.
So if councillors, if elected members have questions, where can they be directed to?
They can be directed to me, but this meeting is not the appropriate time for that. This is something that I have authority to do under the Local Government Act.
I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning why you haven't reported to this meeting that you took that action. And, yeah, just would have expected to have seen it being reported in your chair's report.
Well, as I say, I have both briefed councillors who were present at a workshop, and subsequently it's been announced through the media. So it's not something that hasn't been already covered.
Just a matter of process. Because it's not in the chair's report, then it shouldn't be raised, so it needs to be
And I was making that
addressed
point, but I was trying to be respectful
Thank
in
you.
my response. But it's not in the chair's report, and questions should relate to matters that are in the chair's report. Councillor Corrales?
Thank you. The first question, Mayor McIndoe, is there the opportunity to ask questions in relation to attachment 4 to the chair's report, the EOI letter?
Yes, and the Chief Executive of EOI is present, and I'd be grateful, given that I was asked if I would attach that report to my chair's report, if he would please come forward, because he'll obviously be in the best position to answer those questions.
Thank you.
Welcome to Peter Winder, thank you. So you have, I presume you have questions
yes, I do.
for
I
the
have,
Chief Executive?
A couple of questions. Thank you for the letter attached to the chair's report. My first question is, the letter doesn't comment on community engagement, and it's been made reasonably clear this morning that there are many, many people in our community who remain unaware of EOI. What preparations do EOI have in place to manage the fallout from this come 1 July?
Through you, Your Worship. In terms of public awareness, a public awareness campaign is launching this week. There will be a series of digital-based advertisements and a campaign to drive traffic to EOI's website, which is now up and running, and that will proceed through the months ahead. That is a campaign that has been well signalled to councillors and was always intended to happen at this time.
Okay. The report comments about the water delivery strategy bringing about meaningful changes that benefit our community. What can you point to that would give the community confidence that it can trust such statements will endure over time, i.e. beyond the 3 years that they have visibility of?
Again, through you, Your Worship, if you go back in time to the business case that was prepared in 2024, to the selection of the preferred option that both councils considered through 24 and 2025, and the public engagement that resulted in the unanimous council decisions by Hamilton City Council and Waikato District Council to proceed to establish EOI in mid-2025. That set out through the water service delivery plan that was adopted a 10-year view of very substantial price increases across the whole, across the activities of EOI that were quite simply the two 10-year plans of the two councils joined together. The confidence that the public can take is that in our first water services strategy, we have delivered a lower increase than was previously signalled by both councils, and we are absolutely committed to ensuring that as we work through the next steps, we deliver savings wherever we can to secure affordable water services for Hamilton and Waikato.
Okay. So in practical terms, how will you be accountable directly to our communities with all the layers that sit between the community and EOI as a consequence of the separation of functions and entities? And are you open to, I guess, we heard a public submitter this morning calling for a level of scrutiny that perhaps isn't yet in place. Are you open to that level of accountability? And are your board of directors?
The Board of Directors and the management of EOI expect the highest levels of public scrutiny and probity in the way that we undertake our business, that we are here to serve, and that we are here to give effect to the expectations of our shareholders.
Okay. One final question. Your letter refers to a focus on reducing the average 22% increase forecasted through Council's own service delivery plan. Hamilton's has dropped from $265 to $174. What is this as a percentage increase? Because that's not referenced in the letter.
I would need to double check the number. It's not something I've got in my head, sorry, but I think it's in the order of 18 from memory, but I would need to double check and confirm.
I think it's material for the public.
Well,
yeah.
it is, and equally, because the water charges are based on capital value, and as the council has done, we've focused on the median. There are a wide range of water charges in Hamilton that reflect the capital value of the property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I have a number of questions, if I can, from your report. The first one is a follow-up to what Councillor Koras has asked. How can we get a guarantee from EOI that they're going to be working with and following the City Council's procurement maturity that we've done to ensure that we've got that? Is EOI going to have something similar to that, or follow that process that we're putting in place at the moment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Your Worship, the EOI has adopted a procurement policy and approach to procurement designed to ensure robust competition for work. That is in place. It significantly reflects the approach that Hamilton City Council is and has taken.
Okay, thank you. I notice in your report that the current board members have had their terms extended. Can I ask the question, when we went to find the initial boards and turned it into the boards, how were people asked to come to the board? Were they approached? Was it an open tender? Was it an open application? Or was management went and approached board members to become board members?
So that was a process that was managed through the EOI Forum by decision of both Hamilton City Council and Waikato District Council. That was not a full open process. That was an opportunity for Hamilton City Council, for Waikato District Council and for Waikato Tainui to suggest and nominate board members. The EOI Forum then ran a process of considering those and made the initial appointments. The further appointments that have recently been made, again, they're appointments made through the EOI Forum. That was as a result of a full open advertising process and applications from directors.
And I just see, just on the back of that, all their terms have just been extended as well before even the EOI started. Is that
so? When the establishment board was appointed, they were appointed for a mix of terms, 1 and 2 years, and the intention for that was to allow the EOI Forum to assess performance, but also to ensure that as the board was expanded, there was built-in rotation of board members and not everybody's term expiring at the same time. The decision to extend was a decision by the EOI Forum, so the Hamilton City Council representatives on the forum were part of that decision. That's not a decision that was made by the EOI board.
Okay. Another question that I have, if I can, following up on Councillor Corrales' question on the increase this year of approximately 18%, I know you don't have the figures in you, but can we have a percentage increase for EOI to the Hamilton residents for the next 3 to 5 years of what those percentages will be? Again, it comes back to the public have a perception out there to say $260 to $170. Everything else that's been put through council's percentages, can we have that percentage coming back to us so we can see where it's going?
So I can certainly articulate the percentage increase for the 3 years that for which charges are shown in the current water services strategy.
Yeah.
As I have previously communicated to the council and said very publicly, the next significant challenge for EOI is how we work through the way in which we charge for water going forward and how we navigate the shareholder expectation that we harmonise prices within 5 years, how we meet the legislative obligation to move away from capital value as the basis for charging within 5 years, and there are a suite of choices in there as to how we charge and how we navigate from the way in which we currently charge in Hamilton based on capital value to a different way of charging. Water meters is part of that solution, but there are choices. It is EOI's intention and our commitment that we will consult broadly and widely with the community on the choices that we have, and it is through that decision-making process that the real impact on water prices going forward will become clear. There are significant choices to make, and within that, significant choices as to the balance of water charges that are paid by commercial customers as opposed to residents.
And my last question, if I can, on the 25th of May, we unanimously supported EOI. What would have been the outcomes if we have a council between the two of us that said no?
Well, if you had said no in March and one of the parties had said no, then the way that the framework of the shareholder agreement works is the party that decided not to proceed would bear the full costs of unwinding everything that had previously been agreed, and that was a provision made for the benefit of both Hamilton City Council and Waikato District Council, so that if either side pulled the plug, the side that pulled the plug would bear the costs.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Thanks, Peter. My first question is, in terms of the Board of Directors, what are the director fees for the chair and the directors?
I don't have those numbers in my head, but they are publicly available and I'm happy to circulate them.
Thank you. And in terms of the meetings per year, what, broadly around 10, I imagine? I don't know if you have that.
Well, so the board is in the process now of moving from the establishment board that had both regular monthly board meetings and a range of other activities associated with establishment to a more regular pattern. It is likely that there will be both bi-monthly full board meetings and in every other month committee meetings that comprise the whole of the board doing audit and risk and capital assurance and other things.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. If we as councillors have constituent queries or constituent issues, what would be your advice around the process that we follow in terms of connecting them with appropriate people within the organisation?
I'm very happy for you to simply send them to me or to Natasha Yarrell, who is not with us here today. She's doing an interview. And we will process them in the same way that a staff member in Hamilton City Council would support you to address a constituent concern. Great.
And are you open to innovative solutions in terms of, overcoming water capacity issues?
We are very open to innovation, provided we can see that it works. And part of the challenge with innovation is it might be easy to see how some things might work in a very small scale. Whether it's scalable and will work in the long term becomes the key question. But yes, we're open to different ways of doing things, and I think as the board demonstrated with the decision to proceed with universal water metering that they made last week, that demonstrates a willingness to make a decision that previous councils have shied away from, and it is the single largest thing that we can do to drive efficiency of water use across the whole of Hamilton.
And just two more questions. Are you also open to bespoke solutions?
The answer is yes, but it depends on exactly where it is and what it looks like. And we are involved in negotiations around fast-track applications and other things that have a range of bespoke arrangements inside each of them.
And final question, in terms of the economies of scale that we're likely to achieve and hopefully cost savings through economies of scale, how optimistic are you that with the two councils joining, obviously there is an increased economies of scale. How optimistic are you that there will be economic benefits that flow from that to ratepayers?
Very confident, but it does happen in the context where both councils' previous long-term plans showed very substantial increases in water and wastewater costs and charges over the next decade. In terms of potential savings, key pieces to that are the ability over time to physically connect parts of the Waikato district network with Hamilton, and in particular in all of the growth areas that are in Waikato district immediately adjacent to Hamilton, where it makes no sense to try to service them from Waikato district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just before I go to the next councillor, members, I'm just going to indicate that I intend to take morning tea at the conclusion of questions, because we do still have some more questions to cover, presumably on this topic, but they could be on other aspects of the Chair's report. And given that I've allowed for a longer debate on the Chair's report, I think it's probably appropriate that we will go to morning tea at the conclusion of the questions. Councillor Moroney. Yes.
Thank you, and it is on this subject. Peter, before you said that you expect public scrutiny of the decisions and your work at ERY, could you just describe what that looks like in practice? What's the process of public scrutiny on your decisions and the decisions of your board?
Well, there are a number of legs to that. So one of those is the scrutiny process that's exercised by both councils as shareholders and Waikato Tainui as a partner. That happens formally through the EOI Partners Forum. It will happen in a less formal sense in full reporting to what will be a combined quarterly hui of all elected representatives and Waikato Tainui representatives to receive EOI quarterly reporting. That will provide a mechanism for both councils to express views formally to EOI through the EOI Partners Forum. In addition to that, we expect to regularly report directly and formally to both shareholding councils, and again, that will provide you an opportunity to provide feedback. The mechanism for that within Hamilton is yet to be determined, and that's a Hamilton City Council decision, not an EOI decision. Beyond that, we have a statutory requirement to consult on our water services strategy. We will be doing that again for a complete revision of the water services strategy for next year. We have committed to public engagement associated with that as we step through the options and choices. We expect to appear and speak at public meetings and so on as invited, as I did last week to a meeting of the Hamilton Residents and Ratepayers Association. We expect to answer questions and front up and address the concerns as they arise.
Thank you. So in terms of, I don't know if you were here earlier, but we certainly heard some criticism of the consultation and engagement processes to date around the ERY decision, and some of that will be, I thought, directed at Hamilton City Council as well as ERY. Are there things that you would do differently to engage with public that haven't happened to date?
So if we step back, EOI didn't exist until the middle of last year. Right. So all of the decisions to create EOI were decisions made by both Hamilton City and Waikato District.
Yes.
And that went through a process as part of the local water done well legislation that the government enacted that required by the middle of last year all councils to deliver a water services delivery plan setting out how they would deliver water over the next period. There was public consultation by both councils on that process, the opportunity for submissions. There were hearings before the decision was made. There was quite a substantial amount of public awareness because the whole of the country was involved in a debate about what to do with water. Those decisions having been made, EOI was created, and we have since been working through the creation of the water services strategy and the work to implement the council decisions to create EOI. We could have done more public engagement around the first water services strategy. The view that the board took was the substantive public engagement that we need was not about the first one, which was largely a continuation of the previous council's regime. It was the second one, which is where we have all of those critical decisions about how we pay for water, how we migrate away from capital value as the basis for charging, and how we deal with the harmonisation of pricing.
So how will that consultation look different then if that's the one that you think needs more involvement?
In terms of how it will look different, we are approaching that as a series of significant engagements with public meetings as we step through first the identification of the issues and the drivers. So that's got to be an examination of the cost structure that we face, the issues that drive that, the understanding of the shifts that have to take place because of the legislation. That will be followed by a second series of engagement about the options that we have for how we deal with that and the choices and the consequences that go with that. And that will then be followed in the third part of the engagement, which will be in March of next year with the actual proposed water services strategy. So in each of those, a series of engagements, listening, refining, moving from issues to options to a real proposal.
Thank you. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Liu, please.
Thank you. With the amalgamation coming up, and there's a lot of uncertainty come with it, would it be sensible to postpone EOI from 1st July till we have more clarity on that?
Councillor Liu, no. Fundamentally, the council has already approved the transfer of the assets. All of that is in line and scheduled to happen. The council has already approved the transfer of land. All of those transactions are ready to go. All of the staff who are transferring have signed employment agreements and have received notice that they would no longer be employees of the two councils. The ship has sailed, I think, is the answer. So my strong response would be the time now is to focus on what comes next, not revisiting the decisions that have already been made, and how we ensure, and when I say we, I mean not just EOI, the councils and our partners ensure that we deliver value for the people of Hamilton and Waikato District. And in that we need to remember that this is a partnership and that Waikato District and Hamilton City Council have equal voting rights with respect to the oversight of EOI.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. My question's actually on a different topic, which is the letter the letter to Minister Mark Mitchell, which was then referred to Minister Brooke Van Velden. I understand that. So firstly, I guess, are there further opportunities that we could take with advocacy with our current representatives in government, and secondly, I understand local MP Georgie Danzy also had indicated a keenness to support advocacy on this. Is there an opportunity for us to further that discussion as well?
Thank you. Yes, there is. In fact, I encourage that. This is an important matter for the city. I do know that some of the MPs have already shown interest in it, and I encourage us all to keep lobbying for that. You may have noted that at the conclusion of my letter, I asked the Minister for an opportunity either to meet here in Hamilton or for me to meet with the Minister in Wellington. I think we just need to keep the pressure on. This is a very significant issue. It's already attracted quite a lot of media attention, which is helpful in this respect, and I encourage all elected members just to keep the pressure on. We do need a response that shows that this is a rapidly growing city with some major shortcomings at the moment in our capacity to respond in the event of a devastating event.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, one question. Peter, what's happening with the councils and the direction going forward with the change and the potential of a $3 billion debt, what happens if ERY doesn't meet the accountabilities and what's going on? Where does the accountability sit, and how do we unwind a debt like that if we get put into a number of other councils?
So my understanding of the options that are currently being considered for local government reform within the Waikato, there is an option which would not change the governance structure of, or the shareholding structure of EOI. At the other extreme, if you were to proceed with a unitary authority for the whole of the Waikato region, then there would be two water organisations, EOI and Waikato Waters, and you'd need to work through a series of subsequent decisions as to whether or not to merge the two companies and what that would look like. Our view is those are entirely shareholder matters, they are not EOI matters, and it is over to you as to how you would decide to address that. In terms of the debt, it's not just debt, it's also $3 billion, or just under $3 billion worth of assets, and they travel together, and again, there would need to be shareholder decisions about any change to the structure of water delivery.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, members. It's unusual, of course, to have somebody other than the author of the primary report answering questions, but in this case I was asked to include the EOI report with my chair's report, which I was happy to do, and I'm very grateful to you for the range of questions that have been asked, particularly given the high degree of public interest that has been apparent prior to today and again during our public forum. Now, given that it is nearly 5 to 11, as I indicated before, I intend to go to morning tea. If we were to have a longer debate, potentially we would be denying Councillor Strange the opportunity to raise his bat to mark his half-century until almost lunchtime. So we will now go to morning tea, and I ask everyone to be back ready to resume at 11:15, please. Councillor Hurricane, could I ask you to be seated, please? Right, the meeting is resumed, and in a moment we'll go to debate on the Chair's report. I just want to give you a little bit of an update relating to the motion. During questions, we considered who might be the alternates for the LGNZ AGM. I just need to clarify, after checking, that we only require 4, so Councillors Huata and Moroni as the first 2 to volunteer would be those delegates, and Councillor Corrales is quite happy with that. So that will be in the motion that will appear on the board. And just a reminder that we've agreed to 3 minutes per speaker for the debate. We don't need... yes, I'm about to come on to that. We don't need to take 3 minutes, but you have that option should you wish to. I have a seconder for the Chair's report in the Deputy Mayor, I believe. Just also, before we get into the debate, the Chief Executive of EOI has asked to pass on his apology for the fact that he isn't able to stay for the debate because he had to be up in Ngaruawahia for a meeting, I think, at the Waikato District Council. But thank you for the very thorough range of questions that you asked of him during the questions. So, the motion is as the board. We'll go to debate. And I'll kick off. Just again, we will be having a separate item to consider the annual plan, so I'll keep my comments fairly brief on that at this point, other than to acknowledge that it is a very significant part of our annual process, because we must adopt our annual plan today, and I am very grateful for all the work that has been undertaken in order to get to it. Do just want to keep highlighting the importance for us to be as engaged as we can be with the public on the amalgamation process. We heard comments during public forum this morning that there was concern that a lot of members of the public were insufficiently aware of what was happening about EOI. We must ensure that our public are made aware of the limited timeframe we've been given in order to put forward a proposal on amalgamation. And I just stress, this is not something that we have initiated, but it is something on which we must show leadership. And I'm very grateful for the work that is being undertaken, but please take every opportunity you can to raise awareness that the public of Hamilton have until the 5th of July, which is only just over a week away, to answer the survey that is on our website at the moment, to give their thoughts about important principles that we should take into account in putting our proposal forward on local government amalgamation. I think it is absolutely imperative that we remain committed to being a Head Start council, but clearly there are some major challenges. There are many different views that are being expressed throughout our wider region. Different councils, for different reasons, have different proposals that they are putting forward. It is not an easy process, therefore, to reach agreement across the wider region. And ultimately, we have a responsibility to do our very best for the residents and ratepayers of Hamilton while behaving as respectfully and collegially as we can with our regional partners. So please just take that opportunity, and thanks to those who are members of the working group. Thank you to the staff who are doing excellent work in that area. I hope that we can come to a satisfactory conclusion on that. I think I'll leave my comments at this point at that, and if necessary, return with a right of reply. But we will now go to the board, and the next speaker is Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I want to acknowledge Chief Whip O'Leary's workload, which is a big part of the success of the new council's culture and effectiveness. I really value the work she is doing and the innovation she has brought to the role. Stepping down from the City Revitalisation and Transport subcommittees to allow her to focus on her other roles will benefit us all. EOI. This is awkward, as we know. There is a possible solution. Council amalgamation may give us an opportunity to address this soon. If Waikato District and Hamilton councils are in some form of union, it could make sense to have a closer look at stronger oversight by the new council, if there is a need to do so. I hope there is no need. This may be seen as kicking the can down the road, but it does give EOI an opportunity to demonstrate advantages and responsiveness to customers, which will allow the public to fully assess the implications. It will also give certainty about the massive changes to local government that could happen. We don't want to restructure the restructure of waters only to have to restructure it again with amalgamation. The reality is that the majority of the public won't give this the attention it deserves until they start receiving separate water invoices. I think that the Stop EOI group will itself be stronger and have a clearer voice after the public understand the invoices. So it is worth taking the time and allow the current process to take its course until we have certainty on all the changes we are trying to resolve. I hope Stop EOI continues as a watchdog and a voice for the community, and that we continue to listen to their valid concerns.
Thank you. Councillor Huata, please.
Tēnā koe I te koromatua, o tira koutou katoa e mātakitaki mai ana. Thank you, Mayor Tim, and everyone that is watching. And as we go out of the tamatia phase of the Māori lunar calendar, which alerts us to be cautious because things are predictable, we're now going into full moon mode. Rākau nui, where energies are high and racing. So we need to direct that to be able to achieve what we need to achieve. I want to mihi also to Senior Councillor O'Leary and support the recommendations to enable Senior Councillor O'Leary to continue with all of the other huge amount of work that she does for us as a council. E mihi ana ki a koe hoki e te koromatua, a big acknowledgement to our Mayor who is advocating for us constantly at a local and national level in all realms, and especially a special mihi to your attendance at Paukai at Pohara, which was noted by our iwi, and commitment to ensure that they are always acknowledged. So he nui te aroha. Happy to be one of the 4 delegates online for our Hui Atou annual general meeting for our GNZ alongside my fellow councillors. Also want to just mihi to our Chief of Operations, but our to Leanne as well as you, Mayor Tim, for providing the letter of support to Te Wharekura o Kirikiriroa, to the application for funding to travel to Saitama in September. One of their 3rd language programs alongside English and Māori is Japanese. So there'll be 14 senior students, and they're still waiting for whether or not that's been successful. So thank you for supporting that. EOI. I'm really excited at the new appointments for our directors. If you Google them, I don't know who Tim Gibson is, but I did a quick Google. I was like, excellent, stellar expertise amongst him, especially excited by Hine Rangiro Matituua and Jennifer Kerr, who have extensive experience in leadership and governance. And let us not forget that our own representatives on the Shareholders Forum with Mayor Tim, Deputy Mayor Jeff, and Chief Executive Lance. So we do have a direct inroad as councillors through those representatives in the forum to be able to share any concerns or feedback that we might have. As I've always said, the Waikato Awa knows no boundaries, and to be working alongside Waikato District Council and potentially other councils alongside the Waikato River in the future with potential amalgamation and however that might look is a win for our awa. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora. Councillor Casey Cox, please.
And just tautoko everything that's been said thus far. I just want to acknowledge the letter that has been written to Minister Hoggard. And I want to also thank all the community who've reached out with their concerns about the geese and their impacts. Action on geese and water quality has been taken because of your advocacy, and it shows the power of that voice into council. The geese are a biosecurity problem, and they're also very much a water quality problem. The current cyanobacteria bloom and high levels of E. coli in the lake are directly related to the inundation of Canadian geese and their excrement. If we manage the geese, we get a cleaner lake, so it is a no-brainer to take action. I want to say a huge thank you to our council team and especially to the Nature and the City team who are investigating and developing deterrents. And there are currently no geese around the cutout wolf which has been put at the lake, which is amazing. And it just shows you that with a bit of creativity we can make a difference no matter what central government decides to do with the Biosecurity Act. And on EOI, part of the rationale that I understand for EOI is to remove water investment decisions from a very political arena, because water has been considerably underinvested in over many years. And so we've effectively failed in that regard. And that risk, from my perspective, still exists with stormwater. However, I expect and appreciate EOI's scrutiny on our chosen investments in this regard. We had our first workshop on stormwater yesterday, and I'm already really impressed by EOI. They are simply not going to let us renege on our obligations to Te Ture Whaimana, including through a focus on stormwater. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, Senior Councillor O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIntyre. Gosh, it's a fantastic Chair's report, and the breadth of issues that we deal with from geese to local government reform. It reminds me of a couple of the reasons why I really enjoy local government. Look, I particularly want to thank Mayor McIntyre for his advocacy to the government in seeking support for an additional fire station in Hamilton. It's not a future issue, as we know, it's an issue right now. And as we work through the long-term plan, we've already acknowledged that resilience is a key decision and a key discussion, and will permeate through all of the decisions. So emergency response capacity is key to that. And advocacy only works when we actually take action, so I really want to acknowledge you on that. Briefly on the bird issue, I do walk around the lake several times a week, and I posted a photo of a considerable amount of poop, something that I had never seen before. So the residents are telling us that something needs to be done. You actually couldn't get a pram through quite a long section of the path, or a wheelchair. You would have had to have diverted onto the grass. So the poop is pretty large. I thought of Councillor Sarah and her wee family. I also, Mayor McIntyre, support the governance structure review. The Mayor's plan sets out the vision for this council and for the direction for this term and hopefully future terms. So it's really, really important that our governance structure is aligned to that, and I can see that there is some misalignment, so I know that the Mayor is going to be looking at that. Look, no structure is ever going to be perfect, but good governance does mean stepping back from time to time and assessing that and making sure the alignment's there. Of course, when there's alignment, then we get efficiency. So I look forward to that. I'm not going to speak on EOI. I think the questions from the members and my colleagues were tremendous this morning, and we just need to get on with that business now. Just on Head Start and local government reform, as a member of the working group, we've had we've already had several meetings, and we had one with full open workshop with all elected members yesterday. We are really clear on the problem we need to solve and the outcomes that we want for the city and the wider region. So even though our pace is fast, we are laser focused. And early public consultation gives me some comfort, because already residents are saying that long-term outcomes are top of mind for them, and that I'm really pleased with that. So look forward to that full consultation finishing. And then one last thing, Mayor McIntyre, you've noted in your Chair's report that you wish us a nice break. We generally go into recess in July, but I wish you a wonderful trip and a very, very well-deserved break. And I know how excited you are to meeting two of your grandbabies. So you deserve a break, and I hope you enjoy yourself.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Just before I go to the next speaker, I'm conscious of the fact that there's a siren actually coming from the adjacent building. Can I just check with, so not ringing in this, but it sounds as if it's ringing in the main council building? It's Centre Place. All right. So we're not, I just don't want to be remiss in sitting here and not showing appropriate leadership. It would be ringing in here. We would know. So we're comfortable, we can continue. Okay, thank you. Some of you may not have even heard it, but very good. Okay, thank you, and thanks again for those comments. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I'd like to acknowledge the speakers we heard in public forum this morning. I heard concerns of various kinds, but fundamentally I heard concerns about the lack of understanding of the community at large about something which the CEO, concerns about which the CEO has said himself, CEO of EOI, said himself in this chamber is the largest change in the history of the region. What we've heard is a portion of the community don't feel like they really knew what was happening or what was on the line. Yes, Council ran consultation in April last year and 221 submissions were received, which is actually not very many given the magnitude of change of the scale. We've had more submissions received to date for the Peach Grove works proposed. I've heard a sentiment that there have been public meetings held by community groups to raise awareness of EOI, but there was no such engagement held by Council or by EOI. EOI was approved by the previous Council in May last year, yet the EOI website has only just gone live. We heard today from Mr. Winder that a public awareness campaign is launching this week. We're 5 days out from their going live and a public awareness campaign is being launched. Given the scale and significance of the change, is that really good enough? I'm not persuaded that it is, and I suspect there'll be many in the public who would agree. We find ourselves with a real tension because assets, staff, contracts and debt have all been transferred. This was done procedurally as an obligation arising from the decision of the previous Council in May last year to establish EOI. EOI has Cabinet approval. So I do not see that today as a stop-go choice. It is effectively already standing up and there is just a ribbon to be cut on July the 1st. So in practical terms, despite the concerns that I have and that I've heard about whether public engagement was sufficient or appropriate for a change of this scale, I see the way forward as scrutiny. This is what we have. We need to hold EOI to the obligations that they have made around transparency and affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor, please.
McIndoe. First, I want to congratulate you on the annual plan, and I'm going to get to that in the next issue. Secondly, just in regards to Head Start, it seems to me there's a wide variety of views among councils and time's running out. And rather than the vain hope of getting some alignment by August 9th, I really think this council needs to set out what it thinks is best for the city and the region. And I think we need to do it sooner rather than later. And I'm thinking, possibly an extraordinary meeting in July, and I've talked to His Worship about that, to come to that sort of view. In terms of EOI, I just want to remind people about something that I think has been lost a little, and that's the fundamental reason we went to EOI, the reason it got unanimous support across two councils, and that is the massive infrastructure deficit facing the city. The government's legislation was brought in because councils couldn't afford to pay for their water and wastewater infrastructure, so they weren't doing it properly, and nor was this council. You can't develop across a third of this city because we hadn't done it because we couldn't afford it. The government gave us a choice: carry on as you are, but we expect you to start putting in that necessary infrastructure, and then through the Commerce Commission we will make you charge your residents accordingly, which we as a council couldn't do. We didn't have the debt revenue ceiling. We couldn't borrow the necessary money. Or go to a CCO with other councils, share buying power, lessen duplication, and have access to a higher borrowing amount so you can get the necessary work done, and crucially, have available more options of recouping that revenue, rather than just the poor old ratepayer subsidising growth, such as the $500 a year growth levy when residents buy a new house that they pay each year. Ways to stop the ratepayers subsidising growth to such an extent. And I would have thought people would actually want to see the ratepayers not subsidising growth to the extent that they have. So I really hope that the people opposing EOI understand that. because it feels to me they're at cross purposes here. Do we need to keep EOI accountable, like other CCOs, to ensure it meets the needs of Hamilton residents? Absolutely. And we will be doing that, just as we have with other CCOs, the airport, for instance. But do I believe the formation of EOI is in the best interest of Hamilton residents? Absolutely I do. And I don't think the city had any choice. We could not afford the water and wastewater work that needs to be done. We cannot afford it going into the future. We had to go to a vehicle which could borrow more money and have other ways of recouping the revenue for it. Simple.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Two of the most significant local government reforms in a generation are currently underway, Head Start and EOI. And I think it would be a shame if today these two things completely overshadowed the good news in your annual plan. So I want to start by acknowledging the work that has gone into this Mayor-led annual plan. Council has delivered a proposed rates increase around 1/3 lower than what was signalled in the long-term plan, while also beginning the work needed to improve our debt position over time. This is good. However, we know that the rates increase is still challenging for many households. In saying that, our greatest opportunity to make a lasting difference sits with the next long-term plan, and significant work is already underway on that front. EOI. The same concerns raised during the election campaign remain today. Trust in a devolved entity with increased bureaucracy, affordability, access to water services for our vulnerable households, and ensuring real benefits for our community, and also accountability. It is too late to stop. The train has left the station. Decisions made to date by this council were made with no real choice. We were told you have to approve or we will be in breach of our statutory and legal obligations. It is, however, not too late for some of the community's concerns to be addressed and for real mechanisms for accountability to be embedded. The shareholders forum, robust letters of expectation, and reporting back to the community. Clearly, trust remains a significant issue. We are transferring responsibility to an entity that is not directly elected and is one step removed from council. Building confidence requires genuine engagement with the people who will ultimately be paying for all of this. What we are seeing in real time is that many residents still do not know what EOI is or how it will affect them, and that should be of concern to all of us, but especially to EOI. We have asked repeatedly as elected members for a comms plan, and only recently did we see that plan. It was and is too late. In the absence of any reference to community engagement and information in EOI's preparedness letter sent the absolute wrong message to me about where community sits in its list of priorities. We do not feature. Our community deserves to be informed, engaged and heard, and this cannot be an afterthought. It should be a core part of implementation. EOI, the people are asking for respect. They are asking for trust to be built through meaningful engagement. What happened to consultation on water meters? Affordability must be front and centre in every decision you make, and we, this council, will be insisting through the shareholders forum for real accountability. Accountability back to those who will be paying for all of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And just before I call the next speaker, I just want to update you all to confirm that the fire alarm that we've been hearing is happening in Centre Place, and Centre Place is being evacuated. But we are okay to stay here and just hope that there's nothing serious happening over there. The next speaker is Councillor Pike, please.
Thank you. Firstly, me and Tim, I want to thank you for your work both across the region and your role as the chair of Mayoral Forum, assisting the wider region and within council through Head Start, and the significant amount of time you spend out in the community at events and the wide range of issues you have to face as reflected in the report. I know it comes at a personal sacrifice, and so I'm pleased that you're taking some time to spend with family over the break. I also thank Senior Councillor O'Leary for her work as Chief Whip and agree with others that I think this refined scope will benefit us all. I think those who presented in public forum today, I hear your concerns and agree also that EOI is days away from going live. I agree with the Deputy Mayor's points about the pressure faced from infrastructure deficits across the nation, but what I feel is important is noting the gap in community understanding. We must work harder to bring our community along with us on who they are and any future changes, ensuring we're using our very capable forum representatives to carry forward our views moving forward. As Chair of Waikato Civil Defence Joint Committee and Chair of Community, I helped shape some of these letters to the ministers. FENZ have been facing challenges in their current workload capacity. The need for a fourth fire station was identified in 2014 and the demand has grown since then, further increasing the risk profile to the city and to Hamilton residents and must be addressed. The biosecurity concerns are a reflection of calls from the community, and particularly at the lake, where the Canadian geese are a pest, nuisance, and increasing risk for aviation security, as well as causing significant water quality and biosecurity concerns. Central government plays a key role in both these areas, and so it's appropriate that we use our voice. So I thank you, Mayor Tim, for leading these. I thank you for the report and for your work, and support the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mees, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. This morning's public forum has given us a valuable snapshot of what our community is thinking and feeling. And I want to thank everyone who took the time to attend, to speak and share their views. Your voices matter, and your willingness to engage is something we deeply appreciate. At the same time, we have to acknowledge what wasn't in the room. Low turnout or limited feedback can reflect many things: apathy, lack of awareness, or perhaps a feeling that consultation doesn't always lead to change. That's something we must take seriously. If people don't feel heard, they won't continue to engage. Our responsibility as elected representatives not just to consult, but genuinely listen and demonstrate that listening leads to action. We need to strengthen that connection and make it easier, more meaningful, and more worthwhile to our community to participate. Councillor Angela has started that with our councillors in the community, and I think that's just neat. With Head Start and everything we take on as council, we must remain firmly focused on Hamilton. This is our city, and these are the people who elected us. Their needs, their aspirations and their concerns must always be front and centre in our initial decisions. If we are to succeed, then we need to work alongside our community, not just for them, but with them. That partnership starts with listening, grows through engagement, and is strengthened when people see their voices reflected in the outcomes we deliver. EOI, I also want to be upfront about where I am. This is a program we inherited, and that's part of being an elected council. A change in the council table doesn't cancel all past decisions. But I do take my oversight and responsibility very seriously. My focus is on ensuring there is real accountability, transparency, and that we genuinely deliver value for money. Good governance relies on clear flow of information from the community to the councillors and through to the EOI board. A CCO, that is a council-controlled organisation, and it's got to be treated like that, just like every CCO should be. That workflow has to work properly, and if we're going to make sound decisions, we have to look at what our community elected me to be. I do hear the concerns being raised. There is real unease, particularly around the scale of debt involved, and I share that concern. At the end of the day, regardless of where the debt sits structurally, it still is ultimately our community that carries that responsibility for it. This has to work. We can't afford it not to. At the same time, we're operating in an environment where council governance arrangements themselves may change again, which adds another layer of uncertainty. That makes it even more important that we stay focused on strong oversight, clear reporting, honest communication, and holding people to account. My commitment is to keep asking hard questions to ensure we're getting value for money for every dollar that we spend. It's not my dollars, it's your dollars. And make sure the voices of our community are heard and how this is delivered to everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I'm going to start with a cautionary tale. Our colleagues across the road here at Waikato Regional Council have somehow managed to increase the fares in Te Huia by 25%, making that an issue for cost of living for our residents at a time when they can least afford it, and reduce the amount of funding that they were going to get from the service had they stayed with the advice that they had from staff to increase both the bus fares and the Te Huia fares by 10%. That takes some doing to actually get the worst of both worlds, because it actually will ensure that, and this was part of their advice, that patronage will drop. I know that the success for Te Huia, and therefore getting that multimodal push that we need in terms of our transport options in the city and interregionally, actually depends mostly on lifting patronage, not making decisions to dampen it down, and particularly not in the last leg of a trial that has been going on for 5 years. So I think I really regret the decision that's been made. I have often reflected in my lifetime that I used to think that policy was everything, and then I learnt that timing was everything. And we heard this morning from Councillor Sarah, and I want to thank her for her work on this issue, that in fact we are just out of time, again on this issue, to reverse a decision that does not stand scrutiny. And so the cautionary tale and the lesson that I take from this, having listened to the debate that the regional councillors had on this issue, is that when decisions are made based on ideology, not evidence and information, then these are the consequences. Actually getting it wrong on both levels, because actually the ratepayers, Hamilton City Council, or Hamilton resident ratepayers, are actually going to suffer, and so are the passengers of Te Huia as a result of what has occurred. So I really regret that, and I think there are some really strong lessons to learn from that. But there's some good news. The one-way fare between Hamilton and Auckland is actually going to be $30, not the $32.50 that the council said it was going to be. So it's a little better than what they originally said. But what I really want people to understand is that these increases aren't going to happen till the end of September. And so there is a chance right now for people to get on board and get on Te Huia if they haven't experienced it before that 25% increase comes in. In my final 20 seconds, just a couple of additional points that I want to make. When we're dealing with public money, accountability and transparency is critical, in my view. And so I do regret that we haven't had an opportunity to scrutinise publicly the issue of the new independent board that has been put together on financial issues. And my final point is that I want to wish Mayor Tim safe and happy travels. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for your advocacy in regard to resourcing here in the city for fire and emergency and the need for a fourth station. Having your voice on this matter carries significant weight, and I want to acknowledge your dedication to pursuing this. It's not possible for fire and emergency to meet their KPIs and reach certain parts of the city within adequate timeframes, within adequate response times. And we're regularly having to rely on volunteers outside of the city due to our current crews being stretched. This is leaving the people of our city exposed to unacceptable risk. I hope that the Minister takes the request in your letter seriously, Mayor Tim, and looks to act promptly on this issue. And if not, I look forward to working with yourself and colleagues to escalate the matter further. In regard to local government review, I support the comments from the Deputy Mayor that waiting until August is too late to have some sort of formal view on this matter. Otherwise, we leave it to others to essentially make the decision for us. We need to be engaging in robust conversations with our neighbours now, and that requires a firm, clear mandate from our council in one way or another to allow for those conversations. In regard to Te Huia, I am on a personal level disappointed and frustrated by the decision to increase fares by 25%. Regional Council staff estimated this increase will decrease patronage by 6.8%, although it's not fully clear how this has been modelled, and ultimately it's a best guess. The most frustrating part of this, however, is the decision will likely result in less revenue coming in overall when you combine bus and train fares. And so we're putting a higher financial cost onto the users of Te Huia and risking pushing people away from using the service at the very time we're seeing a strong increase in passenger numbers, and all for no or very questionable financial benefit to our ratepayers. While we want to continue increasing fare box recovery, simply putting up fares substantially by themselves isn't the way to do this. The 2024 independent review done around fare box recovery concluded that Te Huia needs a package of interventions to improve its financial performance, including fares, but also journey speed increases, new stations, higher capacity rolling stock so you can fit more people on the train in one journey, and higher frequencies. And these matters have been investigated as part of a business case. But the report goes on to say if service improvements are made as part of any permanent service, it may be appropriate for Te Huia fares to be increased in a staged way towards those charged by Capital Connection. However, making a large one-off fare increase in the absence of service improvements risks passenger demand falling off a cliff and compromising the future viability of Te Huia. Hopefully 25% doesn't go as far as doing that, but it is clear that putting up fares alone is not the answer, and this should have been more staged and accompanied by other improvements.
Thank you. And Councillor 50 not out, please.
Very happy to be not out. Thank you, Mayor Tim. The first point I'd like to touch on is the Canada geese at Hamilton Lake. And I'd also like to highlight, similar to what we've heard before, this is an example of a number of residents, but one in particular, I won't name them, but a resident who lives around the lake expressing a concern about the growing number of geese. And we've heard the arguments around this table already as to, the issues that they are causing there. And then a group of councillors realising that this is, this is a fair request, this is an issue, and then the councillors picking it up and starting to take action. And that's our democratic system working well. So I just want to acknowledge that person who has been advocating for that. And I do hope that we can see some good outcomes there. In terms of Te Huia, I think it's important to realise here that there has been a $98 million capital cost to get Te Huia up and running, both in terms of local infrastructure here in Hamilton, and also the refurbishment of carriages and other capital costs. 3.3 million from Hamilton City Council was put towards this, 12 million across 3 councils, that being Hamilton City, Waikato and the Regional Council. So around $100 million in capital cost. Now that was made by previous councils in order to get the service up and running. There was obviously a subsidy from NZTA as well. The service, look, everybody acknowledges it's not a finished product. However, it is an important step in the right direction around us developing a multimodal transport network for New Zealand. And if there is one place in New Zealand where a passenger rail service can work, I think it's Hamilton to Auckland. We've obviously got the Capital Connection as well, but in terms of our largest city and our fastest growing city. So I think it's important that people continue to look at how we can improve the service. I sort of get the sense from our friends at the Regional Council that there are some councillors who are more of a mind of how do we stop the service rather than how do we improve the service. And so I encourage those councillors to consider what. To basically consider that how can we put all of our hands to the wheel in terms of making the service improve and go well, because we are the envy of many regions across New Zealand. I know for a fact that many regions would love $100 million of capital costs, or at least government 90 million of capital costs towards something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. I will make some comments in reply. As several of you noted, it was a wide-ranging report covering a lot of significant topics, and it's not possible to cover all of them. But I want to thank you all for the way in which you've covered matters off in debate today. I want to tell you again how proud I am of each and every one of you and of our new council, because I speak well of you in the community whenever I can, and I believe that everybody is making a constructive contribution, and it is really important that we continue to debate issues as vigorously as we can. We don't all agree on everything, nor should we, but we are dealing respectfully with one another, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate each and every one of you. One of the things I'm most grateful for is the appointment of a governor's lead, and I echo the comments of those who paid credit to Senior Councillor O'Leary. The work that you are doing in leading our workshops has been, I think, transformational in this council, and it is certainly leading to much better, more considered decisions and information sharing on important matters. And given the challenge of some of those topics, that leadership is deeply appreciated. So thank you for what you are doing. I do want to assure those who've raised concerns today about EOI that we hear you, we understand you. Many of us have already indicated today that we share some of those concerns, but I do also just want to reiterate the comments that the Deputy Mayor made in his reply. We were required to respond under government dictate. This is an issue that successive governments have been dealing with for some time. It was a long process. I joined this council in February 2024, and the process that led to the creation of EOI was already well underway. So there was considerable media coverage of what was happening. There were opportunities for public consultation. I accept the fact that many people clearly were unaware of what was happening, but it wasn't for a lack of effort on the part of this council to engage the public at every opportunity. And just remember that it did lead, after a very detailed, meticulous process, to a unanimous decision by both Waikato District and Hamilton City prior to Christmas in 2024 that led to the establishment of EOI. So we will continue to monitor EOI closely. We will continue to demand the best performance we can, but I think the Deputy Mayor articulated the challenges and the reasons for it very, very well. Thank you for the comments about our advocacy to improve Hamilton's responsibility or capacity in the fire and emergency space. It is very important, and I welcome the broad support that I'm receiving and encourage all of you to be a part of that. I will share the Minister's response as soon as we get it, and if we're not satisfied, we'll strategise about how we keep the pressure on. It's one of the reasons why I've been involving my neighbouring councils in Waipa and Waikato District, because although it's within Hamilton, or likely to be within Hamilton, it has wider regional significance. We'll come on to the annual plan shortly. Reference has been made to the fact that I'm doing some work on revising the governance structure. Yes, I am. I've had opportunities to speak to some of you. I will be speaking to all of you. I just want to assure you that nobody will be detrimentally affected by that process. What I'm looking to do is to ensure that the Mayor's plan, which we unanimously adopted, is reflected absolutely front and centre through every committee's work programme. And I'm just looking at doing a few tweaks there, and I appreciate the work that you're all doing. Thank you for the kind wishes that you've extended to me. I am certainly looking forward to meeting my two new grandchildren, both of whom far, far away. But I also wish you a restful recess during July, but agree with the Deputy Mayor that I think it will be important to have a further meeting on the local government amalgamation. I will attempt, regardless of where I am at that time, to join you. Manawatia Matariki, thank you all very much for the work that you're doing. We'll now go to the vote. The motion is, well, I think you've all seen the motion, even though it's not currently on the board, so I'll put that. I don't think we need to go to the board. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
We want you to remain Councillor 50 not out for some time. Thank you very much. We move now to item 8, which is the adoption of consequential amendment to the Development Contributions Policy, and I see Greg is in the room, so I'd welcome Greg Carstens to come forward and to present his report and take any questions before we go to a debate, and also welcome to Lachlan, who's joined us.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. This item is about a consequential amendment to your 2026-27 DC policy. In fact, what it amounts to is a note on the front of the policy to say that council will no longer be collecting water and wastewater DCs. So I'd consider it very procedural and the consequence of things that have already happened. So I'd recommend adopting it as presented, but happy to take questions.
Thank you, that's nice and succinct. Are there questions for Greg or perhaps for Lachlan? There appear to be none, so we do. Councillor Liu.
My question is, when will EOI introduce its own development contribution, Ms. Solly?
You go.
For the first year of its operation, EOI will simply adopt and implement the Hamilton City Council development contributions policy in relation to potable water and wastewater assets and CapEx. After that, it will have the option to develop its own policy, which it can then implement. If it develops its own policy after a year, it needs to obviously comply with consultation requirements that would otherwise be expected of a council. But for now, for the first annual period of 2026 through 2027, it will be effectively just the adoption of the HCC policy.
And will the developers looking to pay significantly more or about the same after transfer?
Well, as I say, for that first year, it will be simply business as usual. So it will be the same level of development contribution charges that would have been charged under the HCC policy will be levied by EOI. If EOI determines that it wants to change those charges, it will need to consult on its own new policy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tim. I'd just like to go to page 61, and it's 10.15, effects of uncertainty, and it's sort of going through the revenue forecasting has a high margin of error due to underlying assumptions of economic growth, and there's a section in there that how, with the current economic climate, with our budgetary things we're doing into our annual plan now, this is sort of like a murky out. If it's not going well, so how can we budget for DC incomes when we've got a sort of an out in that thing to say it's really uncertain?
Thanks, Councillor. Are you reading from the policy itself? I didn't have the reference. Right. So I mean that's a general statement. The policy says just recognising that it's there's always uncertainty around revenue projections, and that continues to be the case. Having said that, there's modelling and detailed revenue projections that are generated, which aside from in the last 2 years where there's been significant uncertainty and economic issues, have been largely accurate. So I think anyone engaged in predicting the future acknowledges that there's uncertainty or there'll be inaccuracies.
Thank you.
No further questions? Then we need a mover and a seconder for this. It's moved by Councillor Bitter, seconded by Councillor Corrales. Do you wish, we will go to debate. Do you wish to debate? It's a fairly technical compliance exercise. Let's not go there.
Inadmissible.
So no requirement for debate, then we will put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, and thank you again, Greg and Lachlan, for your work on that. Greg, if you'd like to stay where you are, because we now move to item number 9, the financial contributions policy, the report that is seeking a resolution that the draft financial contributions policy is not adopted for reasons outlined in point 7. Do you wish to speak to it, Greg?
Thank you. I will make an introduction. So this report comes back to Council following the 28th of May Council meeting, where staff were directed to make to amend the draft policy in response to consultation feedback and bring an amended version forward for consideration today. Those amendments have been made. The policy has been legally reviewed and confirmed as compliant with the Local Government Act. So the policy is in front of you and ready for adoption should the Council choose to do so. However, the staff recommendation today is that the policy not be adopted for the reasons set out in the report and including the following. The RMA Reform Minister Chris Bishop confirmed on 1 July that the replacement planning legislation will remove Council's ability to collect financial contributions and that councils will need to seek alternative funding mechanisms. With enactment due in 2028 and transitional provisions likely to narrow that window further, the realistic collection period is short and likely unreliable. This factor alone materially changes the case for the policy. There are further considerations worth noting. Through public consultation and council deliberations, the discounts framework has evolved beyond its original scope and intent in the district plan, which is the origin of where the financial contribution rules are set. And this discount policy, as it's evolved, introduced complexity and uncertainty relating to the mitigations required and how they would be reflected as discounts, and therefore also reducing revenue expectations. There are trade-offs for not adopting the FC policy today. Council would forego short-term revenue, and alternative funding would be needed to be found for continued support for the projects to support the Waikato River restoration and Te Ture Whaimana outcomes. For completeness, Waikato Tainui have been informed of the staff recommendation and the timing of today's meeting and provided the report also. I have Juliana with me. Juliana, you might want to find your way to a mic.
Perhaps if she sits beside Blair, please.
So these are policy there's policy matters to discuss, if you wish, and technical matters, and so Juliana's here for the technical questions, and Lachlan Muldowney on hand for legal and policy matters. Lachlan, do you want to say something first?
Well, thanks, Greg. Only that it's a fairly unusual situation to be in where you're not recommending that the final adoption of a policy that's been some time in its development not be made. But my view is that there are problems with this policy which really aren't of council's making. The underlying problem and issue is that FCs as a financing tool have been given to you, taken away, given to you again under the Resource Management Act, and are now about to be signalled as being taken away again. So you've been coming and going with this as a funding and financing tool. And so when it was previously given back to you, we started this process, and like all of these things, it takes a lot of time, but the ministerial announcement just recently confirmed that central government has a very clear position. It is not going to continue with FCs as a funding and financing tool under the reforms. So we're now in a position where if you were to adopt it today and start implementing it, you're only going to be implementing it as a tool for a very finite, short period. That gives rise to policy concerns around fairness and equity, where there's this window of time where developers are paying for something that others outside the window won't. So you've got that issue. And then I think the only other issue that I would identify as challenging is that with the greenfield development carve-out that elected members asked staff to go forward and look at. That work has been done in terms of creating a framework, and Juliana can talk more about it if necessary. But ultimately, it still means that there have to be judgments made by staff as to whether a proposed carve-out for a particular development is warranted, and if so, pick a number in terms of pick a discount number. That kind of discretion and uncertainty is difficult in terms of policy implementation, and you can see it giving rise to administrative headaches. So it's just not great policy, and for those reasons, yeah, I'm not in favour of its adoption. I'll say one more thing before I hand over the mic, and it's that if central government changed its mind and for some reason it remained as a funding tool in the reforms, you could resurrect this policy because you've still got the provisions in your district plan, and unless there's a district plan change, you could bring it back as a tool. So it's not gone forever, but right now I would say pull the pin.
Thank you, Lachlan. Greg, did you want to add more?
No, thank you.
No, I just saw your
happy to
light
take
was on.
questions.
That being the case, we'll move to questions, and I see several councillors have them. We'll begin with Councillor Moroney, please.
Oh, thank you. And really to your last point, just wanted to ask some questions about that. So I take it that the RMA legislation has not been tabled in the House?
No, the Select Committee report back has been delayed, I think, by a month. So what date? 20 July. So that will be the report back, and so it will come back into the House at that point. Uncertain as to whether it will be passed before the general election. I suspect this government will want to see if they can get it passed, obviously.
So, because I think the timing is quite a critical issue that you're raising with us, so I just want to explore that a bit more. So when it was first tabled in the House, it did allow for financial contributions, and as it's gone through Select Committee, that's where the changes happened?
I think it was there originally. I don't know whether it was through the Select Committee or the first reading it came out, but it's certainly not there now. And the Minister, as recently as last week, has made a further announcement saying that the reforms do not include any place for financial contributions as a funding and financing tool.
So I take your point about the timing, and you just talked about resurrecting later on. Would it make it easier to resurrect if today's motion was about deferring their decision rather than saying no to it, saying no to the policy? Would that make it easier to resurrect in the future? Because I'm just aware there's a lot of work that's gone into this.
Yes, yeah. I mean, whether it's a deferral or a decision not to adopt it, I mean, even if it's a decision not to adopt it, that wouldn't change a later resolution asking that it be resurrected. So I'm not sure that it matters. It'll have the same outcome. This thing could come back to you if you request it to come back.
But would it cause, in that instance, would it cause some renewed starting again staff time on a piece of work that's been comprehensively worked up already? So that's really what my question is around, is, you know, is deferral an option? Would it therefore, you know, make that an easier option? Because I note that there's, in this time frame, there's a general election as well.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I think that whether it's deferral or just a decision not to adopt, I think it'd have the same outcome for you. In some ways, it really depends upon what your next resolution might be, because your next resolution, if, for example, central government introduced reforms which maintained FCs as an option, you could simply resolve to bring back to the chamber the current draft for consideration. So, I mean, I think you can achieve the outcome that you're looking for, Councillor, in an efficient way, without having to adopt.
Just a further comment, Lachlan and Councillor, just two things. Our submission to the RM legislation earlier this year acknowledged that the legislation did not reflect financial contributions and asked that that be instated. The Minister's announcement that Greg referred to recently clearly signalled that's not the case. I think a council will remind you could always add a noting resolution to this resolution. Staff's, I think, clear recommendation is to not adopt, but you could add a noting resolution to the effect that should the legislation provide some further pathway, that this work can be brought back to council.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Huata.
I agree, Kia ora, Lachlan. I feel like I'm going to be seeing a lot of you two over the next few months. Just on page 113, I've got 3 questions quickly. In regards to the option 1 and number 44, point 2 and the disadvantages, well, point 1 and point 2. So it's there in front of us. Any ideas we were going to identify alternative funding sources to meet our obligations for Te Ture Whai Mana?
No sort of unknown or unconventional sources. I think that would be a task for the city to look into. So I think the general formula would be either the projects are unfunded or their rates funded would be, you know, the starting position, and then from there to try and find funding from parties.
And so, Lachlan, that would be a legal commitment for us to ensure that there is funding that we can source from already existing sources to meet those obligations?
Well, the outcomes that the FCs were directed at in terms of Te Ture Whai Mana are, to a certain extent, outcomes which are built into some of your other funding tools that are already being deployed. And if you think about development contributions as the example, you know, there is stormwater, wastewater and potable water infrastructure that is being funded through development contributions, which is having a positive impact in terms of your obligations under Te Ture Whai Mana. So it's just less direct. This was a very direct way. This was, you might recall from the last discussion, this was a regime that was intended to generate revenue and only allocate it to these tasks and only spend the money when the revenue had been generated. So it was very, very direct. So what I would say is that the opportunities to fund activities that support the vision and strategy for the river are still there, but they're just less direct.
Okay. Moving on to page 115, number 58, under risks, and it's outlined there and it's still about the same thing, you know. More my concern is about that last line. The delivery of these works could be deferred or scaled back, and because we don't have that direct funding available anymore and we're going to be getting it through DCs and eventually levies, what's the risk there?
I think it's more of a prioritisation question. So the unfunded, the body of the unfunded projects which FCs were you know, targeted at, you know, is the nature in the city broad program which will come through the council during the LTP process, and so there's a question for the council, I guess, as to prioritising and funding. So I guess the deferral or the scaling back or the full provision of those programs will fall out of the decisions of council through the LTP.
Thank you. Final question. With the consultation with Waikato Tainui, was their feedback considered and incorporated in the recommendation?
I might pass that to Juliana. Do you have that?
It was considered, but I think the final recommendation considered other points as well.
And so I'll just add to Juliana. So staff had contacted Waikato Tainui and communicated the intention or the recommendation here and the reasons why. And as I said in the intro, they've been provided the information. I didn't make the call myself, so I'm not clear on their response, but they certainly have been made aware.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Tim. Probably two questions into one bit. If the financial contributions are removed, will this then mean that the DCs have to be increased to offset the reduction? And the second part of it, and if this removal means extra costs, will this be extra costs for Hamilton City Council, or will this still be on the developers to cover? because these financial contributions have been put in place to ensure that the background of financial contributions ensures a better, cleaner stormwater delivery into the river. So where's that money going to come from? Is that developers or us?
So the first answer is no, it won't be then captured by development contributions. It's out of scope.
Yeah.
The second part of the question, who funds them? So it comes back to the answers to Councillor Huata, which is that depends on the extent to which council funds those programs through its long-term plan. So if they are funded through the long-term plan, then the default position is that they'd be rates funded, but then it's a decision for council as to whether those programs are funded or not.
Just a question on the back of that, if it is rates funded, what would be the expectation of money from rates funding to cover that?
So I'm not really the
best guess.
right person to ask.
I think, Councillor, again, that's an LTP prioritisation discussion. If you look at the attachment 3, the very last section, it identifies, the examples of the types of works that the FC's contemplated or could have contemplated. Those are entirely decisions that council will consider and make as part of considering the wider program of works in the LTP. You have no obligation as to the extent or investment in those. That is entirely part of the wider LTP trade-off conversation. I would also just add, and Lachlan may want to jump in here, the matters particularly around impact on the river, particularly in the greenfield context, those are often consenting considerations. And when we think about the discount regime that was contemplated here, that was to actually reflect that in many cases in those greenfield areas, the developers are already, as a consequence of their consent conditions, resource consent conditions, having to mitigate and address those stormwater related matters. Hence the reason for a discount being proposed under this policy.
I mean, just to add to that, this regime was always money in, money out. So if you didn't receive revenue from FCs, you didn't then spend it on these activities. If you pull the policy, you don't receive the revenue, you then don't conduct the activities. So if you decide that that's not acceptable and you want to undertake some of these activities, that becomes an LTP decision and it would become ultimately a cost to the ratepayer. But pulling the policy itself does not automatically pass these costs on to the ratepayer. You have a later decision to make in the LTP about whether you want to fund the activities.
And again, just a reminder that the maximum window, if you did choose to proceed with the policy, would be 2 years, as Greg and Lachlan have outlined, in terms of the legislation will provide a very clear finish date.
Councillor Mead, have you finished your questions?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank
That's
you.
right.
Could you just turn your microphone off? Oh, it has now been. Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. If we were to, I'm just trying to work out what the net benefit is if we were to proceed with it. And so my question is, do you have a ballpark figure for what the journey to date has cost? Because a lot of work has gone into it, and what it might cost to implement from a staff perspective moving forward?
There has been a substantial amount of work. I think if you go back to the district plan provisions, but having said that, I guess from my perspective, it's our job and it's just part of the work. So I don't count hours for any of these sort of internal things like this. So it'd be very hard to say exactly how much, but also what cost. I sort of think of that as all built in. In terms of going forward, I think again there is a cost in the sense that there's a great deal on, and so adding bulk in terms of administrative processes is costly in that sense. And I think, as referred to, the way that discounts would need to be considered is challenging, and I think would consume a significant amount of time, and also technical people who have expertise. So it's a hard question to answer, but it would require a significant amount of resource to administer going forward, I'd say.
And so that's good. That's a good answer because it's related to my second question, which is paragraph 42 talks about the complexity and bespoke nature of discount provisions make delivery within current capacity challenging. And the question was, if we do go ahead, what is the opportunity cost? Is there something else that the team could be doing to ensure better of something else? Sorry, that was very clumsy, but I think you get the gist of it.
I think the short answer is there's a lot of important work on that takes a relatively small number of experienced staff that this would consume. So I think the short answer is yes, without even dropping into the details. But I think Juliana can probably comment on that as well, because there's planning resource and also the planning guidance unit. But maybe you've got a thought on the resourcing.
Actually, the work that like my unit did already happened.
Yeah.
So this work, regardless of the outcome of here today, the work is done, and it needed to be done under the ARMA environment we were living at that stage. So from a planning perspective, like if we go ahead, we will have some work maybe in terms of discounts, etc. But the work for the planning is reduced regardless of the outcome.
Can I be quite clear? This is a strong recommendation from me.
Yes.
My team are under incredible pressure. Fast track, head start, RMA reform, which we aren't even talking about, which is about to actually envelop us. If this policy had merit and length in terms of the legislation pathway, of course we would be saying proceed ahead. But frankly, the people sitting here have got many, many other things, and it comes at their own personal time, which is already well exceeded by the demands. So hence our recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you. I guess my main concern, so it's a question around and related to rates capping. So everything is, as we go into the LTP, going to be increasingly challenged, let's say, by the rates capping. So shouldn't we, I guess, well, this is maybe a political question, be thinking about alternative revenue or other revenue other than rates to fund projects that might be dismissed or further questioned, I guess, in a rates capping environment?
I think the answer is yes from my perspective, and that includes things like the IFF targeted rates, development contributions, different ways of even agreements with developers and trying to have private infrastructure funding, and I think FCs is another example of that. I think we're aware of that, but I just think on balance and with the variety of things that we've mentioned, that even taking that into consideration and the revenue that you might receive for that period before the window shuts, that on balance would still recommend not adopting it, even though I think that's valid, what you're saying.
Okay, and I guess in terms of the rates cap, do we have any more information in relation to whether or not growth-related aspects will be considered outside of a rates cap? Because this is, FCs are related to growth. Yeah.
I'll defer to Gary, who's, I can see him turning on his mic.
Councillor Casey Cox, no, we have no further information yet from DIA.
Okay. And just a question on the activities that are listed in the discount process, which I really appreciated that work actually, because it made it a lot clearer. Are those activities, I think Blair, you said that they are considered as part of consenting, but would they also be over and above what might be required of developers through the district plan and DCs? Because some of those things, Waihi Tapu and other things, are they all already addressed?
So I think through the discounts provision, the idea with the discounts was that you don't get a discount for mitigating your effects that are in accordance with your consent, but if you did works that were further to that, there would be a discount considered. So I don't know if that sheds some light on that, because I think there's a grey area, there's a blurred line there between specifically mitigating your effects and contributing to the to the whaimana outcomes.
Okay, and can you just explain how FCs relate to the levies program, if at all? Or does the levies program just completely remove FCs and DCs?
The development levies, which have a bill, a draft bill that came out and was consulted on in February, that is still under construction. It hasn't got to the level of detail where you could say whether the projects that we're talking about today in the FCs would be captured by there or not, but it is safe to say that it is intended to recover growth costs or costs that are incurred as a result of growth. So that's not a good answer because I don't know the answer, but in the broadest basket they're captured, but can't be more helpful, sorry.
Okay. And I guess just lastly, our neighbours have FC policies, and I understand they're quite different to what we are have been intending to do. But I guess how closely do we work with our neighbours when we consider policy developments? Do we do any collaboration at all?
Well, I don't know about that generally. What I can tell you is that when the original FC regime was introduced through PC12 and those provisions were brought into the operative district plan, Waipa District Council and Waikato District Council borrowed a lot of the drafting from HCC's what was the proposed plan change, and worked with that as a base. So their kind of policy development was moving along in tandem with HCC when it was dealing with PC12. Slightly ironically, the independent panel that heard their plan change originally said no to them, whereas ours said yes, and it was changed on a decision of the council based on those recommendations. But I'm going down a rabbit hole. But the point is that the original architecture of the FC policy that sits in the Hamilton City Operative District Plan, you see the same architecture in Waipa, and I'm not sure what Waikato ended up doing. So there's a degree of alignment. I would just add that the Waipa District Council got their FC policy and their position over the line a lot earlier, so I think they've been implementing it. And I don't know what their future intention is, but obviously it'll come to an abrupt halt with the legislative changes, just like it will for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Right. I mean, we're on the last person, so try and be quick. Okay, do we have to consult again if we resuscitate the policy in the future?
I would say only if there's any material changes. I mean, okay. You've been through that process.
Yep, excellent, thank you. Was this just about water quality, or would it have helped with stormwater and flooding?
Yeah, they're all integrated. It's one ecosystem. There would be benefits that cross over. Yes.
Thank you. And would the work that would have been done be picked up for consideration through the stormwater strategy?
Well, ultimately it will be, because there's as I said, that all of this has to come back to you in terms of your LTP decision making, where you approve a program of works and an operational program, which will include all of that stormwater assets that you're talking about. So the same kinds of outcomes that could potentially have been delivered through this revenue generating exercise, you can still deliver them if you choose to in your LTP deliberations.
Thank you. Final question, just for clarification. So is it correct, my understanding correct, that in late 2004, Waipa District Council said, no, thank you, we don't want financial contributions, and then the minister said, actually, you have to keep them?
Yeah.
Okay, and now he's saying we're going to remove the ability to have them?
That's right.
Okay,
thank you. And actually, just adding to that, when we got the decisions from our plan change 12, the outcome that we got was exactly the opposite. We went to the minister and his position was different for us than it was from WIPA. This is why there a little bit of misalignment.
Thank you all. Just before we go to debate, councillors, can I just stress, no one needs ever apologise for asking questions. These are important matters and your questions are important, and as long as we're succinct and on point, I encourage those questions. So thank you for the way that you're doing that, and please don't ever think, gosh, I need to rush it. Having said that, we do still have quite a few items on our agenda, so my hope is that we'll be able to get through debate on this, if any debate is required, and perhaps have the presentation of the report on the annual plan and maybe questions, but I'm not anticipating that we'll get to debate on the annual plan until after lunch, but obviously I don't know exactly what time we'll get there. Yes?
I'm quite interested about the resolution that Blair spoke of before, and would be prepared to move that if that's useful.
Blair, I'm not sure that you heard Councillor Moroney's
Talking about
point.
you, Blair.
Yeah.
Yeah, the resolution that you spoke of before when I was asking questions about, you know, kind of putting it on hold rather than saying no. Oh, sorry.
So,
oh, it's there.
So it's now up there.
Oh,
It's
beautiful.
a late.
Okay, don't have to. Oh,
No.
I'm happy to move it. Yeah.
Thank you, and that's good. So I was going to say we now need to have a mover and a seconder. So was Councillor Moroney moving it? So Councillor Moroney will move, Councillor Casey Cox will second. It is, of course, very unusual for us to be in a position where we're receiving a report and resolving not to receive a report or to adopt a report, but it's been very well explained. So I'll open up now for debate, and the mover is Councillor Moroney, should she wish to speak.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Look, I think this is this is one of those issues that we find quite often, by the looks of things, in local government, where we're working at the discretion of central government that is often changing its mind. And I would note that the minister that we are working with on this occasion is the same minister that has said one thing on Head Start and then kind of softened his approach as well. So anything can happen, which is why I'm really pleased to move the motion, particularly regarding the idea that we can pick this up should the legislation change in the future, or indeed should the legislation not go ahead as recommended, because that is also something that can happen. Look, these are issues that are really important to our environment, to our city, to the way that we interact with our natural environment, the way that we manage stormwater. And so anything that we can do legitimately that actually ensures that these programs can go ahead is something that I will support, and I'll conclude my debate there. Kia ora.
Councillor Huata, please.
Water is fundamental to everything we do as a council. It supports our communities, our economy, our environment and our future growth. Every decision we make, whether on infrastructure, housing, transport, economic development or environmental management, ultimately impacts water. That is why Te Ture Whaimana o Te Awa o Waikato must remain at the centre of our decision making. Te Ture Whaimana is the primary direction setting document for the Waikato River and carries statutory weight. As a council, we have legal obligations to give effect to its vision and strategy, which places the restoration and protection of the health and well-being of the Waikato River as the highest priority. This reflects the truth that Waikato Tainui, as the true and original kaitiaki of our awa, have always understood. The health of the river is inextricably linked to the well-being of our people, our land, our communities and our economy. If the river is healthy, our city will prosper. For that reason, the advice and guidance by Waikato Tainui should not be simply acknowledged, it should be carefully considered and incorporated wherever practicable into our plans, policies and decision making. I also believe that if this council removes the financial contributions policy, then we have a responsibility to ensure that sufficient funding is allocated through our long-term plan to uphold Te Ture Whaimana and deliver on the outcomes it requires. Changing a funding mechanism does not remove our obligations. It simply means we must find another way to meet them.
Kia ora, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to acknowledge the way in which the information has been provided about this item. Feedback was considered, clear rationale was provided, trade-offs and impacts have been provided, and the recommendation is now quite different to what it was. One of the things I value is a willingness to revisit earlier assumptions when circumstances change. While I support the principle that growth should pay for growth, I'm pleased that the team have reassessed the likely benefits against the effort and complexity involved, and on the updated information concluded the value is no longer there. I think that's a sensible and pragmatic approach, and I'm happy to support the internal process that I've seen as well as the outcome that has been recommended as a result of such. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. As Councillor Mesh said, circumstances have changed. The result is potentially unfair outcomes. We all benefit from river restoration, yet the policy affected by these changes puts the burden on some new houses, but not others, such as those in Peacock, with probable substantial remissions to other large subdivisions which have sufficient scale to apply under the policy, while some small-scale subdivisions and one-off houses are too small to get a benefit from spending time on remissions under the policy. This is unfair. Potentially a house that is under construction at the moment could get hit at service connection with a fee that they never knew about, while a new house on the other side of the road may be exempt, and a new house starting now and aware of the policy may be delayed and may not need to pay at completion because the policy might cease to exist. For the small amount of money that this raises, it creates big reputational damage for our council, puts pressure on staff to give remissions on the fly, and the bureaucratic overheads will eat up the funds raised. And in a couple of years, the policy ends. The harm outweighs the benefits. This means we have to find money from the general rates, which is reasonable because we all benefit from river restoration. So we are not cutting the work that needs to be done. We are simply paying for it ourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Bidder. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I will support the motion. However, it is somewhat frustrating to be in this position. It feels like we've been through the wash, spin and dry cycle on this, and we're seeing another flip-flop from central government, and that's of all colours that we've seen in recent times, where councillors spent money and a lot of time to develop policy or to implement changes, and then the rules have changed on us. And unfortunately, there's a long laundry list of these kinds of situations that we've had to deal with in recent years. So my concern is that this removes a tool for us to fund looking after the river and take measures to mitigate flooding risks. I want to acknowledge the comments that have been made that it's important that we look to fund work like this regardless, and we will have to consider this kind of work as we look at our stormwater strategy, because we know that flooding risks are only going to become more and more extreme within our city. Unfortunately, this is also, alongside of this change, we're also at risk of our deep soil policy under our district plan being unpicked, which was to support, again, the absorption of rainwater, to deal with stormwater, to deal with the impacts of development on the river, and to allow for trees, decent-sized trees, to actually be planted on properties, because right now we're seeing an alarming decrease in canopy cover across the city at the same time as we're seeing extreme rainfall events and increased heat within our city as well. So there are multiple areas where environmental protections and measures are now being unpicked, and that is a concern because we want our city to be livable, to be safe, and we do need to look after the environment that we live within.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I just want to applaud the courage of the team to revisit the direction given the significant amount of work that has already been undertaken, and the courage to come back with a U-turn recommendation should be acknowledged. I personally prefer that the team were focused on things that deliver tangible, sustainable benefit. And unfortunately, the short-term nature of this opportunity meant that sustainable benefit was never going to be achieved in this context. So I will be supporting the motion.
Councillor Liu.
If a policy is expensive to administer and likely to disappear, and the IM may reform in a couple of years, and as Mr. Bokot said, they have limited resource and have more urgent things to attend, I then welcome staff recommendation of not adopting the financial contribution policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
Quite short, but yeah, I thank staff for their work on this. I acknowledge they've seen the opportunity and taken it through the correct process, offering it to council for consideration. And then at the same time, central government has noted the RMA reform will affect our ability to enact this. Subsequently, it's led us to pause and reflect, and so I agree the correct decision today, given this change and the current pressures within our team, that we provide this certainty and do not adopt the policy. So I support the motion today with the caveat that we hold the opportunity to revisit should things shift again, and noting that we hold this responsibility to our awa and to te tori whai mana, regardless of this decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. And councillors, just to update you, I had hoped we might get to the annual plan report before lunch, but given the length of this debate, which is important, it is my proposal that we will go to lunch at the conclusion of this debate once we've voted on this item. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank the staff for their huge work over a pretty long period of time on this policy. I've struggled with this recommendation, and I've asked a lot of questions of staff around it because I know how difficult restoration funding is to get, and it's really hard to let go of something that was actually going to deliver some meaningful funding in that regard. I do note our GM's comment about how busy our staff are and they have other things, more urgent things to do. That busyness is born of central government, not of our doing, and it's just incredibly frustrating, and that it's coming at a cost to restoration, basically. I'm not sure that we'll find the funding through the LTP, quite honestly, with the rates capping and all the things coming in. So that also adds to my frustration. However, I am, being pragmatic in this approach too, and recognising that there's probably not a lot of point to go on at this point with the policy. I'm hopeful that the direction, whether it's levies or otherwise, other ways, will deliver funding for restoration. It's so critical to Turi Whaimana and the obligations we have there. And that's all about our future generations and making sure we leave the world in a better state than what we're currently in. And that's it's a huge commitment that I believe we need to make. If growth impacts are not funded by FCs, then they're funded by rates. So we do need to be increasingly creative if we're not going to burden our ratepayers with increasing costs. And I understand that Waipa has a very workable and administratively simple discount program, so my hope is that even in this interlude we might be able to talk more with our neighbours and get on the same page. If we're going to be councils together with them, it makes complete sense to talk about our policies and how we can get on the same page and achieving the same outcomes with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge the staff work that they've put into bringing this back and the thought process has gone to bringing it back. It's positive and practical step and it's appreciated, and it's the removal of another layer in the process that helps simplify what has often been complex area and makes it easy to understand and apply in practice to some of our developers. While financial contributions have been an important part of the framework and remain something we need to consider carefully, removing them at this point reduces unnecessary complexity and provides a greater clarity for everyone involved. what does probably suck is the right word, the amount of work that staff have put into us, because this is a great document and a lot of time, energy and thought has gone into it. But overall, I believe this is a sensible change, but on top of showing a great responsiveness from staff and a willingness to improve the system, we still have to recognise that the issues that FCs were put there for don't disappear. They've got to be part of that process in our planning going forward, and that is part of what we have to do as a good council to make sure that we don't lose focus on the reason they were there, even though we've taken them out.
I too have struggled with today's staff's recommendation, and I applaud you, Greg, and your team and your mahi over the last while. I sat in these very chambers this week, having invited myself to the Mayoral Forum in Iwi Chairs, where Tuko Roirangi Morgan stated that the Waikato awa, i.e. te ture whaimana, is at the forefront of everything a Waikato Tainui iwi and Hapu Tuturu do, before business, before politics, before everything. Te ture whaimana is not just about the physical restoration and protection of the awa, or simply water quality. It is about the restoration and protection of the interconnected relationship between our iwi, our hapu, our wider community and sector industry resource users. We all have an effect on the whenua, good or bad. One day, just one day, I'm hopeful that Te Ture Whaimana is at the forefront of our future council decisions. Many will not see this today, particularly, but we are all responsible for our awa, tributaries and catchments, not only developers. All opinions matter. I'm pleased that an amendment has been added to our staff recommendation today, because frankly, if we abandon this policy, we are essentially abandoning our awa. Let's continue to have our awa at Te Ture Whaimana front of mind. Toitu te whenua, toitu te tangata.
Kia ora. Councillor Moroni, do you wish to? No, she doesn't need to exercise a right of reply. If we could have the motion as amended back up on the board, please. Screen. Well, look, I think, yes. So the motion is moved by Councillor Moroni, seconded by Councillor Casey Cox. Given the nature of the debate, I'll go to the voices. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We've had a good debate. We're going to go to lunch slightly early, so could I ask everybody to be back in the chamber ready to recommence at 1:20. I apologise to James, who's arrived to present his report. I had hoped we'd get there beforehand. We've had a good morning, but we still have quite a long way to go this afternoon, so back at... Are we required to allow 45? Okay. Please, yeah, okay. We will need to recommence at 12:33 then. Enjoy your lunch. We've got plenty to do. So we're back online? Yes. Yes. Good afternoon, councillors and staff. We are back online and we still have quite a few items of business, important items of business to attend to, so we will resume the meeting. We come now to the very important matter of the adoption of the 2026 annual plan. Warm welcome to James Clark, sitting alongside the CFO. James, could I invite you, please, to speak to your report or on the adoption of the annual plan, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Kia ora, Councillors. Ko James Clark, toka whenua. And happy birthday to Councillor Strange. So I'll actually keep my comments very brief, but then I'll give Gary a chance to sort of talk you through a few of the numbers. So this is the last stage of the annual plan process where we have to formally adopt the annual plan in order to meet our legislative requirement for it to be in place by the 30th of June. The sort of substantive decision-making was done at the council meetings on the 2nd of April and then following a consultation on certain matters at the meeting on the 28th of May. And this report really just kind of reports back and just loops those things all together in the annual plan document, which is attached to the agenda. Just to recap very briefly a couple of the highlights, if that's the right word, of the annual plan. One is that it reduces the proposed rates increase by around a third compared to what was set out in the long-term plan as amended. Secondly, it reintroduces 2 hours free parking with effect from the 1st of July 2026. And there are a few other changes which I won't detail here. I just want to draw your attention to a couple of things that have changed in the annual plan document since the version that was first uploaded to Diligent. The correct version is now in Diligent if you want to have a look. First of all, there were a couple of very minor changes to contact details following some feedback from councillors. So on page 16 and 17, or 216 and 217 on Diligent, that's where those changes have taken place. More substantively, in response to councillor feedback, we've added a bit more detail in the key changes section, which is page 72 or 272 on Diligent. We've added some key detail around some of the key deferrals that have taken place. So you'll remember that's the deferral of the Hamilton Gardens Cafe to Papanui Enderley Community Centre and some stormwater changes too. That's now detailed in on page 72/272, so that that is transparent for the community to see. There's one other change which I'll leave Gary to talk you through in a moment. So that's in a nutshell is it. We're just asking you today to make the final adoption, and then we'll get on with the really meaty work, which is the long-term plan for 2027-37. I'll hand over to Gary.
So first off, I'll identify the variances that have occurred. These are on page 298, 299, the note 1, I believe, of the annual report. There were some minor misalignments and or transposition of numbers. They are immaterial in totality and don't impact. I think the differential on the note, which is about correcting it so that it ties to the financials accurately, was about $8,000. So not material, but some of the lines have moved. In terms of the financial performance, probably other than the resolution notes, I think the main things I've picked up are highlighted in para 7 on page 154. So critically, the financial position has been maintained per the draft annual plan, and I'll touch on, obviously we're in a different state now than we were when we did that, but there are some pluses and minuses throughout that process. Critically, we are delivering a position in operating costs that is better than the 2024-34 long-term plan projected for year 3, and this is the amended one without EOI, waters activities. And we're also projecting an improved debt position versus the draft annual plan. Now, some of that is a combination of both timing of capital program, but also timing of capital payments. So some of the payments that the program might be delivered in June, but the payments now occur in July, so they help us. There's also the benefit of an anticipated better financial outturn for 25-26. So we're about $3 million better at the moment than we thought we were back in February when we did this. I think the other probably conversation of note that we'll pick up on is obviously when we talked about the annual plan, scanning the environment, we had concerns around inflation and how that would play out. We identified that there was a risk that the inflation would come in higher than assumptions. We believe we've made sufficient provision in this annual plan to deal with that. It's about 1%, so about 2.8 million in total. When we actually reviewed the areas that needed higher inflationary benefits versus their underlying costs, we were able to identify that actually they had sufficient budget to absorb that already. And part of that's the year-on-year benefits from 25-26 now being carried over to 26-27 and then offsetting the inflation increases that we would need. So we are presenting this on the assumption of a 3.5% rather than a 2.6% operating inflation base, and that is consistent with current economic commentary. Obviously, there's a lot of uncertainty around it, and we will continue to monitor it really closely. The other pieces, obviously, we've been working on some things, including some discussion in, I think, this council and some other committees around the potential cost impacts of the resourcing for the procurement improvement plan. So we have put a contingency that we think will be sufficient to do that for 26-27. We will bring the actual details of what we think the costs of those in detail will be back through the procurement subcommittee in August. Obviously, through the chair, happy to take questions.
Thank you, Gary and James, for your report, for that introduction, but in particular for the considerable body of work that you've undertaken over a lengthy period of time now to get us to this point, and it is a very important date in the process. So I'll open it up now to questions and anticipate that there are questions for Gary or James. We'll start with Councillor Corrales.
Oh, thank you. There's a question for you, Gary. You will be aware that we have had some criticism of the extent to which we report against performance relative to last financial year or not. And I just wondered whether you might comment on that generally.
Yep. So a couple of quick things. Under legislation, we have to prepare the annual plan and present it based on its comparison to the long-term plan.
Yep.
We aren't able to present it in relation to our forecast for 25-26. That being said, we are very conscious that it's an area of focus and continues to be through your committee, Councillor Krause. One of the challenges we will have, but we will deal with it, I think, when we do the first presentation of the financial performance to the committee in September, is our current 2025-26 operating costs, etc., include all the costs associated with waters, not just the delivery of EOY,
yes,
but the waters. So one of the things we're currently working on as we close out the 25-26 year is to do a like-for-like adjustment. Yeah. So it's going to be a little bit confusing for the next 12 months as we deal with what the actuals versus what the estimated actuals would have been, so we get some real transparency, but we will do that work so that there will be transparency on the difference between the 25-26 performance and 26-27 and present that back to the committee in September.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liu, please.
Point number 7, it shows we are spending about $11.4 million less than expected, and our debt is $20 million lower than forecast. So my question is, how much of this because we have improved the way we do things, and how much is simply because we are spending less because we're delaying things and they may come back in next few years?
Yeah. The reality is it is a little bit of both, but I think there is not a significant amount that is coming from deferrals that will need to come back in. I think the majority of it is a combination of savings that have even been delivered, some of our approach to risk management that we've discussed at council. That's where the majority of the benefits are coming from.
Can you please give me the top 3 savings?
In relation to deferrals or in relation
in
to
relation
benefits?
to these 11.4 and $20 million?
So I probably don't have the detail, and I think we'll be able to pick it up in more detail in September. The main items include some costs that we incurred in 25-26 that don't repeat in 26-27 in the digital space. The other areas are around our costs for 25-26 are lower than the LTP as well. So those costs now carry forward. They include some of our resourcing costs, our insurance costs are probably the 2 big ones that I would pick up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kawata.
Kia ora, just in addition to the question about deferrals, and because you mentioned it, and for the community that may be watching, can you please explain clearly what the deferral of the funding that was allocated to the Enderley Community Centre, what that actually means?
Can I probably look to the Acting General Manager for that response?
So elected members might remember when we last spoke about the topic, the discussion was that the building needs some renewal work, and council may also wish to consider some extension or new additions to that facility at Enderley. So it didn't seem sensible to proceed with renewals next year, and so the deferral is intended to get a decision at LTP as to the future of that building.
And so just for some clarity for the public in terms of timeline, so yes, we'll defer it to September, but when is it likely to actually happen for them?
So it does depend on which option council goes with. If they decide to go with the renewals option, I believe we could make a start on that in year 1 of the LTP. If they decide to go with a new build option, it probably would be more like year 2. We'd need to do a bit more planning.
Can you explain what year 1 is in years and year 2 is in years? Because not the public doesn't necessarily know what that is.
Yep, I'm looking at Gary.
So year 1 is the period from July 2027 to June 2028, and year 2 goes on from there.
Thank you.
Councillor Mead.
Gary, 2 questions if I can. The reduction in debt from the billion to 843, is that mainly from the transfer to Yawai?
Majority, yes, apart from the timing differentials and some saving differentials, but yeah, 300 million at least is related to Yawai.
And the second one on the back of that, the Peacocks have flown is now starting to be repaid. Is there a timeline on that from that repayment program on that, or where does it sit, or is that an LTP thing?
There is a timeline. I'm actually trying to run off the back of my head whether it's a repayment in 27, 28 or 28, 29. There is a first minimum payment of about 3 million. I'm just trying to work out whether it's next year or the year after. There is a schedule of payments that then run through the following 10 years, and we can bring that back
That's
in
right.
detail.
It was just a question whether it was LTP or AP, but yeah.
It's majority of it is all LTP.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you. Quite a specific question, but apologies. Page 68 just mentions we've identified 15 other projects that will deliver cost savings, as well as reduce energy emissions. It's under the climate. When are we going to see those 15 projects? Or can we now?
Sorry, is this page 68 of the annual plan document?
The annual plan, yeah.
So 268 on Diligent, I believe.
Yes, sorry. I'm not sure what page on Diligent, 68 in the annual plan.
I'm just trying to flick to the page, just bear with me a moment.
Yep.
So I'm on the page now. Which paragraph are you looking at? Yes, got it. Top right.
I'm just jumping in here because I think, without knowing the detail, this might be in relation to a range of solar panel-related initiatives. I've just signed off for consideration a draft for the LTP, and there's a range of facilities where there's looking at integrated solar program across council, and there are quite substantial energy savings that come as a result of that, but for upfront investment. Now, that'll be considered as part of the LTP discussions.
Okay, and that can be circulated to us or not?
It's not probably ready yet. It'll come through the process as part of the LTP.
The workshop on the 29th to the 30th of September, you'll see our current plan. We need to work through this with Senior Councillor Angela, but our plan would be that at that meeting in September, we'd bring forward all of the projects, and then you can make decisions from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you for the report. On paragraph 29 of your report, it speaks to cost efficiency expectations of approximately 3.5 million as part of this annual plan. Could you just describe what those efficiencies are?
They've not yet specifically been identified. We believe, based on the way that we're currently tracking in 25-26, there's opportunities for those to be brought across. Other than that, I think it's really about, as we now perform throughout the year, from July onwards as management, we need to continue to look at all of our budget lines and identify where those things are and bring those back through the Finance and Assurance Committee when we identify them.
So does that take into account the commitment that's been made for savings in order to fund the Hillcrest Library extensions, or is that over and above that? Or?
It's over and above this. This is predominantly a pure operating cost as opposed to a capital cost differential.
Okay. And in the report you talk about that there's about a 1% differentiation in the expected inflation to now the forecast inflation, if I've got those around the right way. But in fact the forecast was about 35%. It's 35% more the inflation cost than 1%. I mean, I know we're talking about slightly different things, but when you go from 2.6% as your inflation number, and in fact then you're forecasting it to be 3.5, that's actually a 35% lift in the impact of inflation.
But relative to total expenditure, it's 1%, and it's actually not even all expenditure. So it only applies to operating expenditure, excludes personnel. And our differential between operating and personnel is quite different now once we remove the waters activities. So that's why it's even less than the 2.8 we've identified.
So we've got cost efficiencies of 3.5 million and an inflation cost, an additional 1.2 million in inflation impact that we didn't originally have in here. That accumulates, does it not? Am I right about that? So really we've got, we've kind of got, what is it? Oh, do the maths. 4.7 million that we're really trying to recoup for in an unspecified way.
No, in a way the inflation increase, I mean, they're not like for like, they were not entirely built this way, but numerically, the inflation increase has been put in to the financials. And the efficiency, when we presented it in April, I think we had identified about 2 million. Since then, we've increased that. On the other side, we've put in both the additional inflation and additional cost, as we said, for the procurement improvement plan and to support financial reporting through the LTP. So we've increased costs and increased some of the target. They're offsetting each other, so they're not adding together.
It's already baked in into the equation, and then there's this 3.5 million. How do you expect to, what's your plan for reporting on our progress on the 3.5 million?
So we would expect to report it in our quarterly Finance and Assurance Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you. If I can pick up on the question that Councillor Liu started, he asked about what are the top 3 things that have impacted council, and a couple of things you noted was some costs were incurred in 25-26 that won't repeat. You also said that some costs have gone down going forward, and you noted insurance, etc. Why are those costs going down? Because as we look all around us, costs are going up Are we consuming less? Why are those costs going down?
Different cost types have very different drivers. There are some that we isolate because they move quite different than general inflation. So two that we track quite carefully beyond, and we've talked about fuel. Fuel direct is not a major impact for us, but supply cost does. So we track supply market. The other one is electricity and utility costs. They have consistently been coming in both, in private sector and in commercial sector at much higher than CPI. So we have provided for a higher additional inflation for those. The insurance market 2 or 3 years ago, in the area that we operate in, which is quite different than the area of, general residential insurance, the market was quite difficult to get good pricing from 2 years ago, and the LTP had anticipated increasing insurance costs. The reality is the market is actually more favourable to us at the moment. And that's not just the market. We do a lot of work around engaging with our insurance companies, giving them information about the state of our assets and how we're managing them to try to give them the confidence that they don't have to add in a higher premium. So the work that we do on that procurement side for insurance is definitely contributing to some of those better savings as well.
Thank you. So some of it comes from better procurement management, and some of it comes from costs being less than we estimated, right? So they're not real savings, they are just less than we thought we would spend.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. We appear to have come to the end of the questions. That being the case, thank you again, James and Gary. The motion that we are debating is the staff recommendation on page 153 in Diligent, and our Governor's lead, Senior Councillor O'Leary, has indicated that she will move this motion. I will second it. So we'll go to debate, and I'll ask the mover to lead off, please.
Thank you, McIndoe. I want to first start out by just acknowledging the actual annual plan document. It is excellently written. Is that a word, excellently? It's very, very well written. I thought we had 3 minutes for this. Very, very well written, and I asked James to pass on my thanks. It's a very easy read and tells a clear story. I just want to take us a little bit back through the journey. The annual plan that we decided on was very deliberately narrow in scope, and there was a reason for that, and we've remained very disciplined throughout. Of course, we all know that it's the 3rd year of the LTP, so we agreed that there would be minimal changes. We've had 10 workshops on the annual plan. We started in November last year, and we worked through plain English presentations. We had multiple opportunities to test assumptions that were put forward and challenge the proposals. We agreed with target consultation, and we got excellent response back, and we have returned a lower than planned rates increase, returned free parking to the CBD, and increased our revenue for the gardens. Through the process, we have also taken advantage of a stronger starting financial position that was forecast in the long-term plan, and my thanks to the work that's gone into that from our CFO Gary Connolly and his hard-working team that has given us a strengthened position as we go into the LTP. I want to thank the Mayor. The Mayor's plan provides that very clear framework and the direction, and sets the vision, not just for the annual plan, but for the years to come. It focuses us on what matters most. My very sincere thanks goes to James Clark, who I have worked very closely with. James now understands how I think. I don't know that that's a good thing, but I really appreciate and enjoy working with him and the team, and considerable work has gone into preparing those workshops and preparing the material, responding to elected members' questions, refining the options for us, and helping us understand the trade-offs that we have made, given that we're making small adjustments. Also, very special thanks to Dan Silverton and his comms team. It was a fast and furious consultation, and we got an excellent outcome. So just finally, the annual plan was never about us doing everything. We know that, we acknowledge that up front. It was about us making very targeted decisions, listening to our community with our consultation, and not solving all of the problems that we know we want to solve with the LTP. But at the end of the day, this is not about budgets, it's not about reports, and it's not about workshops, and it is certainly not about us. It's about the people out there in our community who we represent, and that we are able, through processes like this, to make sure we are making good decisions with other people's money, and that is one of the things that we have said is important to us. So thank you. It's my pleasure to move this on behalf of the Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Liu, please.
Mayor Tim, putting together a new plan always involves difficult choices. Nobody likes re-increase, but we also need to maintain our infrastructure, provide essential services, and keep our city moving forward. What encourages me is that our financial position is better than previously forecast. Operating costs are tracking better than expected, and debt is lower than early projections. I'm also pleased that we brought back 2 hours free parking in the CBD. This is a practical step that supports the local business and helps attract more people into the city centre. However, I don't think anyone should view this annual plan as a mission accomplished. We still have a long way to go. Ratepayers rightly expect us to keep looking for efficiencies, improve procurement, deliver projects well, and make sure every dollar is spent wisely. While there has been progress, there are still opportunities to reduce cost, improve value for money, and strengthen Council's long-term financial position. Overall, I believe this annual plan strikes a reasonable balance between financial responsibility, investing in essential infrastructure, and supporting Hamilton's growth. For these reasons, I will support the annual plan. Thank you.
Councillor. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I clarify the timing? Is it 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
We didn't actually receive a request for it to be a 3-minute debate. The previous one, the debate on the Chair's report was 3 minutes.
Yes, I heard that too.
I only heard that as well. I'll be flexible. I think if you could aim for 2 minutes, but I won't cut you off unless you haven't even got to the point.
Okay. Look, thank you. Very happy to support this today, and in doing so, I want to congratulate Mayor McIndoe for his clear, inclusive leadership. The way he does his job, I know, has taken a toll on him. He's not showing it today, but he's exhausted, and he maintains an incredible work rate, and it exhausts me watching him, to be honest, at times. But the Mayor's plan has set us a great framework, and the first outcome of that is the annual plan. And I want to thank Councillor O'Leary for being the glue for her work program, which has taken us through this whole process. And thanks to my council colleagues. I really enjoy coming into council each day, and I can't say I've always felt that way over the last 9 years, so thank you. We disagree, but we disagree respectfully when we do. And thank you to staff. I won't name them because I know it's a team behind it, but you've done a great job. I haven't got as much time as I thought, but the plan underlines the Council's commitment to financial sustainability, something the Mayor has signalled in his plan. He's followed through today, and we're passing an annual plan which reduces the rate rise proposed by a third, and we start paying back some debt, which I know is important to our residents. And of course, we've got 2 hours free parking, which is just one of a raft of measures aimed at providing an environment in the CBD to give business the best possible chance of success. I do want to acknowledge, though, that the rate rise is still a huge imposition for ratepayers, and that's why this is just the start. This has got to be the warm-up for the LTP. and our actions over the next year will be the real barometer of the council's success here. And the LTP, we've got to be prepared to be challenged and look at doing things differently, and it's not going to be easy. I think we probably need to work out the rates rises we are looking at the start and then work back from there. We've got a big challenge ahead, so let's acknowledge two things. It's a really significant rate rise for our residents. It is who are doing it tough, and our businesses who are doing it tough in a cost of living crisis. But we've made a strong start, and the LTP is ahead. So well done, Council, and well done, Mayor McIndoe, for your leadership.
Thank you. Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The annual plan is now sitting before us, and I support its direction and delivery. It reflects a well thought out approach, and importantly, it shows we are establishing a clearer way forward as a council. As a council in this triennium, we're finding our feet. We're building an understanding, we're strengthening our systems and setting the direction for how we want to operate. This plan is part of that progression, but it's also the beginning of where we need to go in the LTP. Before going further, I do want to acknowledge and thank the staff. This is a well-considered plan, and I appreciate the work that's gone into it. Along the way, the staff engaged us through the millions of questions we've asked, the workshops in particular, having a valuable part of this process leading up to where we are today, and helping build understanding and confidence in the direction we are all taking as a council and elected members. Adopting the annual plan doesn't lessen the immediate need for strong cost control access and across the organisation. If anything, this reinforces it. I want to highlight the procurement maturity plan, which is an excellent piece of work and a critical step forward for this council. It lays the foundation for lifting our performance, strengthening discipline, and ensuring we operate at a much higher standard in how we spend public money. Alongside that, the procurement subcommittee, which is the best committee, has a key role to play. It helps ensure that at council we are consistently achieving value for money across all areas of activity. This includes major spend areas from potential fleet replacement programs to significant traffic and infrastructure developments, and how we engage in external organisations. These are important changes being driven in how we approach procurement across these areas. That is both necessary and welcome. We need better visibility of costs, stronger benchmarking against the market, and greater confidence that we are delivering the right outcomes for the dollars being spent. At the end of the day, every dollar must be treated as if it was our own. These are ratepayer funds, and they must be viewed with that level of responsibility. They must be used wisely, carefully, and with careful and clear accountability. The adoption of this annual plan doesn't change that obligation. In fact, it reinforces it.
Thank you. Councillor Pike, please.
I just want to thank staff, particularly James, Gary and the executive leadership team who have worked extremely hard on this annual plan, for their support, helping with numerous workshops, processing community submissions, EM requests, and everything they've done to support this to date. Thank you. I also want to acknowledge the economic pressures our community are facing with the cost of living crisis, the council's level of debt and rates increases. We know the community are feeling the pressure, and we hear your concerns. While today's plan won't solve this, the staff and council have worked hard to create efficiencies, resulting in $11 million favourable in OPEX and an improvement of $20 million against the annual plan. This signals that council are looking at how we can reduce the burden to ratepayers. But this approach recognises that the strongest influence we have as a council is through the long-term plan. What we're going to prioritise, what processes can be improved, what is our role as a council in testing this with our community. Taking a piecemeal approach adds to administrative pressures and often has limited benefits. I want to thank the Mayor for his work since the start of his appointment, quickly bringing in all of council to consider the wide range of issues we all heard throughout the election. The Mayor's plan, which was unanimously supported by council, will continue to be a useful tool that provides a lens that can be applied within the long-term plan to help drive more systemic and longer-term changes that will have more of an impact and the ability to take this out to the community, continuing with the excellent work Senior Councillor Leary has started with an engagement approach to ensure we're bringing councillors and community on this journey together. So I thank everyone for their work on this and look forward to more robust discussions in our long-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. The report indicates that Council's financial position is stronger than previously forecast, and we've heard that some of it comes from operational discipline, some of it from timing, some of it from structural changes, including the transfers to EOI. And while the distinction between what's Council's cost and what's EOI's cost are important from an organisational perspective, residents still wear the combined cost. Whether debt sits with Council or EOI, the same households and businesses are still funding it. I think it's also important to recognise that this annual plan follows several years of double-digit increases that people have already absorbed. A 6.9 rate increase is lower than it otherwise would have been, but I would think that many households wouldn't describe that necessarily as easy. I support councillor comments about the intentional nature of the annual plan being to take some steps towards making things better. It doesn't fix everything. That's the job of the long-term plan. The question I was weighing up in my head was whether the improvement in Council's financial position enables Council to be less disciplined about borrowing or spending. For me, the answer to that is a clear no. I note that this plan still includes the provision for $80 million of new borrowing. While there may be projects that genuinely warrant debt funding, I think we need to look long and hard at every proposal and ask whether it's necessary, the right priority, whether the benefit really justifies the people we are asking to carry more debt. I don't think the affordability challenge has been solved. I don't think the debt conversation is done. However, I think this plan is better than what would otherwise have been and is a step in the right direction. Having weighed up those things, I've decided to support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bitter, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I am really proud of this annual plan. We have cut 1/3 off the rates rise from the current long-term plan. Wow. We have improved our debt position by $20 million. Wow. We have balanced the books. This, in my view, is our greatest achievement. It means we are running the city while spending within our means, for the first time since the Local Government Act came into force in 2002. Why is this important? Because the Local Government Act, Section 100, states that a local authority must ensure that operating revenue covers operating expenses. For the first time in 24 years, the Council has met this legal requirement. I note with respect that Mayor Hardacre came close when including development contributions, but that's not operating income. We are the first. Wow. We have done this without cutting core services, without asset sales, without austerity. This year is a central government election. I think we should be in charge of the whole country. Well done to you all. Let's stay on track for the long-term plan.
I find so often that I agree with Councillor Bitter until the final moment, but the idea that we're in charge of the entire country, count me out. Thank you very much. Councillor Casey Cox, please.
Thank you. I agree with our Chief Whip that this plan, it really showcases the breadth and depth of the work we do. So it's a great document. When I think about the cost reductions that are part of it, I note that a number of them do relate to stormwater, and it does concern me. The integrated catchment management plan has been deferred from 6 million to 1 million, and flood management was 6 million and it's now 300,000. This concerns me because this is a chunk of important work delayed, and we heard yesterday just how unprepared we are with regards to stormwater. We are only prepared for the 2-year flood. However, I take some comfort that EOI organising has affected our delivery in the stormwater space, but we have that in hand and we will catch up. Deferrals in the last year of a LTP are risky because the next step is another LTP and everything is up for debate. So in terms of Te Papanui, there is some risk. But we also know that this council is very concerned and committed to investing in our older areas and looking after what we have. We are achieving efficiency, and especially as I understand in our digital space, and that's really encouraging. Our community still voices dissatisfaction with our city and our community, and I'm dissatisfied too. But I have to say that it's not because of council. I'm dissatisfied with the level of investment in public housing, of the lack of substantial subsidy for public transport and multimodal transport, of support for mental health services, of the likely negative impacts of fast track and the ridiculous pace of reform and more. That's my disappointment, and those are the concerns that I have primarily for our city. People do look to us to relieve their cost of living, but their gaze, in my opinion, needs to move more towards their MPs. For those who are intent on complaining about our rates, they need to remember that we have some of the most affordable rates in the country. Today, I'm thankful for EOI because they have the mandate and central government support to take on more debt and actually achieve the level of water infrastructure required. I have no doubt that we would not have achieved that, but they will achieve this in this space for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales.
Thank you. I want to start with applauding the team for what looks like is shaping up to be a reasonable performance for 25-26. I also want to applaud the team for an annual plan that sees us with a reduced net position, not just because of EOI inheriting some of our debt, but because of an intentional focus on our debt management, an operating surplus, an improved debt to revenue ratio, sustainable operating cash flow, and a transparent approach to starting to more proactively manage our debt. I believe we are blessed to have some real superstars in the organisation, and I won't individually name them, but I really love that as time passes in this space, my trust and confidence and genuine respect for our team members grows and continues to grow. So thank you for the work that the team have done on this plan. I want to acknowledge the Mayor's firm leadership in the development of this annual plan and Senior Councillor O'Leary's support of the Mayor in this space. This annual plan is a tangible outcome for our community, and it sets us up well for the LTP, which is where I see even greater strategic impact for a community that is crying out for relief. I'm heartened from the things that I've heard today because I sense that there is a genuine will and desire to lean into the work that is yet to come. Thank you.
Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. There are lots of different views around this table, and that's the way it should be in a well-functioning democracy. Regardless of notwithstanding that, there seems to be broad support for this annual plan. And the fact we're at that point is a credit to yourself, Mayor Tim, and credit to Councillor Angela and others around this table. But to be honest, I feel like it's a credit to all of us in terms of the way that we do work together. And I'd just like to highlight that. And I think, you know, often people out there say, "Oh, you guys seem to be working well together, but the wheels will fall off, you know, in a few months." But I'd just like to acknowledge everyone around this table, you know, the fact that, you know, we do disagree at times, but we do it respectfully. And yeah, hopefully that continues. And I'll just close with a quote to sort of sum it up, which is something I believe quite strongly. In essentials, unity. In non-essentials, liberty. In all things, charity. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillors, I want to thank you all for the contributions that you've made to this debate and the very constructive comments that have been made. I've been feeling both appreciated but also mildly concerned. Some of you appear to think that I look twice the age of Councillor 50 not out. I want to assure you that I'm hanging in there, but yes, I am looking forward to a bit of a break in the near future. As Senior Councillor O'Leary reminded us when she introduced this debate, we did deliberately limit the scope of this year's annual plan process to enable us to maximise the time that is going to be available to work on one of the most challenging LTPs that I imagine this council will have ever had to undertake. It is, of course, an exceptionally busy time for local government with Head Start, Fast Track and so on, and we also need to be tracking our way towards rates capping, assuming that that remains a requirement within the next few years. So every minute matters, and you've all acknowledged that. But as many of you have done, today we should acknowledge the significant achievement of managing to reduce the rates increase for the year ahead that was foreshadowed in the last Council's LTP. I absolutely agree with those of you who have commented that it's still high, it's still challenging for households. We all recognise, and I'm sure we all agree with that, but it is a significant move in the right direction. And so, along with those of you who have already spoken, I want to acknowledge the work that's been undertaken by our staff. And Councillor Corrales, I absolutely echo the comments that you've just made, and I hope that the staff note that we are appreciating what is being done collectively. I've made the comment many times that we work best when we all adopt that mantra, we're all in the waka together, and I believe that we're doing that. But of course, it is only a start. The long-term plan process is going to demand a lot of all of us and some very tough choices. So let's continue to work as constructively, as respectfully as we have been. Let's all work to try to achieve the sorts of savings long-term that our residents expect, while maintaining our commitment to delivering all of our core services well. Because I'm sure that when we leave this place, as we all will, whether it's in a couple of years or longer, we want to be able to leave a city that is in better heart, that has wonderful services for our families to enjoy, and that what I believe to be one of the best cities in the Southern Hemisphere will be something that everybody will appreciate. Today's a significant step in that direction. Do you wish to exercise the right of reply? There being none, then I will now put the motion that effectively indicates that the annual plan should be adopted. Perhaps we should go to the board. I think it's an important one just to record. So,
The motion is carried unanimously.
wonderful, thank you. And there is just a small issue of the rates resolution now to follow. So if I could invite Andrew Judson to come forward, thank you. And I'm not sure if Gary, do you need to join him? No, Andrew's fine on his own. So Andrew, welcome, thank you. As our rates manager, look forward to hearing you present your report.
The purpose of this report is to seek Council's approval to set and assess the rates for the 2026-27 financial year in accordance with the decisions already made in the annual plan. I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Andrew? There being none, we require a mover for the resolution. It is moved by Councillor Mead, seconder the Deputy Mayor. We'll go to debate. The debate is concluded. We'll put the resolution, again, probably should, given that it's a significant issue, go to the board, please. Well done, Andrew. Thank you. Yeah, we have got a quorum, but we are missing 2 members. possibly weren't expecting us to go to the board.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. So we move now to item 12 on our agenda, which is the LGNZ remits for presentation. Now, I understand that Amy is on. Yes, there she is. She's online at the moment. Amy is going to talk through this item, which commences on page 161 of your agenda in Diligent. Welcome, Amy.
Kia ora, councillors. I appreciate that our technology enables me to join this meeting online. So this report is seeking your support or not of 9 remits that have been through the process with the Remit Select Committee of LGNZ, approving them to be considered at the AGM that we have our 4 members to attend at the end of July. Whilst we have not been a council that has populated any of these remits, we have reviewed what information has been provided and are happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Amy, and we appreciate the fact that you've joined the meeting when you're clearly under the weather. So get well soon. I shall open it up for questions, and the first question is from Councillor Pike.
Yeah, look, Amy, thank you for joining. I just wondered whether, for the benefit of some of the newer councillors, whether we can talk through a bit about the process of the remits and the realities of what they mean in terms of outcomes and expectations, just so we can make that clearer. Thank you.
Absolutely. So remits are what LGNZ are focused on working with central government for the following year. If we look at point 7 of the staff report, you'll see that last year we had 4 remits that were put up and approved at the AGM. From those, there hasn't been a lot of information that's come back, but in previous years, we have had quite direct communication from LGNZ to central government that enabled some of the matters to be considered when there was the reforms. What we have with these ones as well is a clear indication that if we look at the first remit, which is prioritisation of the Dog Control Act reform, it's a clear request that we're a part of the reform that is already taking place.
Councillor Moroney.
Thank you, Amy. I wondered if you could shed any light on what the 6th remit is. Is what they're called, remits? I've read the information about it. I still have no clue what that's aiming to do. This is about the enhanced role for government in supporting subnational diplomacy.
I have to admit that when I read that, there's not a lot more information that I can provide to create clarity on that. There is nothing more that they have given us.
Okay, okay.
Anyone? Is there any standing orders reason why I can't answer that? No. I can explain that it's essentially arisen from a discussion in the metro sector at LGNZ about ways in which we can enhance the influence and activities of our sister city relationships.
Right.
So it's about perhaps reaching out to central government to say, remember us in ways that we can do more for the country and do more for our centres. That's essentially what it revolves around. I think it's a constructive move and not a controversial one.
Thank you. None of the words suggested that to me, so it's very useful to have that.
It's basically around getting support from MFAT staff.
Yeah.
When you go
I see it was to do with MFAT.
Consulate generals
And I could see
politely
subnational
asking for
diplomacy.
money.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales.
Thank you. My question is, how many of these can LGNZ meaningfully work on at any one time? So,
would be a question
so
of
is there sorry, Amy.
It's very dependent. We've had quite a range of remits, and it depends on how much effort is needed to go into it. If we were to consider what's been asked in front of us, there's a few there that are already front of mind, so may not require a huge amount of effort for LGNZ to work with central government on. The first one being, of course, the Dog Control Act. Whereas if you were to go down to some of the later ones, it's less likely that it's a simple fix. Unfortunately, it's how long is a piece of string.
Yeah, thank you. I do, okay, follow-up question. Do you have any thoughts on whether it would be beneficial to prioritise where we want them to spend their time? Because there's some very big things on the agenda right now. Do we want the year clouded by potentially little rats and mice things? Or dogs?
It would be a decision up to
For us,
members.
yep.
When it comes to the vote at the AGM, Hamilton City Council has 8 votes in total. So whether it is that you wish for us to support some of them more than others, it may change the outcome on the day, but you never quite know because it's all the councils that are a part of LGNZ and dependent on their membership fees and their number of votes.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Sorry, just as a newly elected member, I don't understand. Yeah, thank you.
No, absolutely fine.
And absolutely no need to apologise. That's what we're here for. And the point you make is a valid one. I think, in fact, that LGNZ does have the capacity to be able to advocate to central government on these matters. I'd be surprised if it significantly took away from their attention on some of the major challenges that we're facing in the sector.
Well, then you find 3 of them are around those major challenges, so around local government reform and those sorts of things. I think the other ones, to be honest, some of that work, some of that advocacy's already been happening by LGNZ staff, and they have some very good staff who work in this space on a daily basis. I've just actually had we're talking from Raymond Horan from there. He tracks all the legislation going through Parliament and stuff like that, so they're all over the top of all those different things. Scott Necklin, the CEO, wouldn't have let these, he wouldn't allow a statement to go out that they will work on all of those if they get passed, if he didn't have the resource. So he's pretty clear on that, and he had a clear message at the metro sector too.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. My questions relate to Remit 7, and I appreciate that the council that initiated the remit is not here to answer them, but I'm going to ask the first one anyway, just in case there's expertise like there was in relation to the subnational one. If the expertise isn't here, then I accept that, that's fine. But looking at Remit 7, the bulk of the transport activities, I can see the efficiency argument, but it wasn't clear to me what's going to replace the scrutiny that currently comes with the approval process. So we're supporting something that will change, but there are some gaps in it, in my opinion.
Would need to pass that one if there is anybody in the room that is opposite.
Councillor Thompson.
Familiar with this one. So firstly, there would be the scrutiny of, say, a council's long-term plan in regard to their transport projects, because they would have to be putting in a 50% share for anything that's being funded. One of the main reasons this was put forward, and it was driven by Councillor Angela Strange over at Regional, was their experience with the bus services, that basically NZTA decided that it would fund improvements to a service somewhere where they didn't see that as a priority, but they wouldn't fund any here in Hamilton or other services that regional council did regard as a priority, and there was no flexibility to use that funding and put it towards something seen as a priority. So I guess, but your question around the accountability, similarly, if it would sit with elected members somewhat, just like with us allocating our local share right now. And I assume there would be details sorted out in terms of reporting back to NZTA on how it's used and outcomes and progress, but greater flexibility in how it's used. Hopefully that's a kind of a somewhat helpful.
Thank you, that was good.
summary.
Can I lean on you for a
Yeah.
follow-up? So currently, there's provision for an external challenge process. Do you know what would replace that under the bulk funding model that they're proposing?
No.
No?
No, I don't have that level of detail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Amy, are you able to add to that? I know the question was directed to Councillor Thompson. You're muted.
Unfortunately, I was just reviewing all of the information we have been provided on this previously, and it's not in there either.
So that's not more helpful. Councillor, that's the end of your questions. Councillor Mead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Tim. Amy, are these ranked in order, or are they affected to our council, or some sort of the 7, how many of them are useful to us, sort of thing? Or is that a Lance question or a Tim question? Because they seem to be a bit scattered.
When the remits are put together, they're put together across the country, so there can be a chance that some get through that are not particularly of focus to Hamilton City Council, but through the review process that's undertaken by the committee, they do try to make it so it's at least, it does cover a majority. They're not ranked, and as to what ones would be of most benefit to Hamilton City Council, that's not something that I can comment on.
And are we block voting on these, or individual? 1 vote or 7?
Can I just clarify, do you mean today or when we go to the LGNZ?
Today,
AGM?
as council
Today.
to instruct our-
That's a matter that I want to raise with you at the end of these questions, and I'll be open to whichever way councillors would like to go
Thanks,
on that. Thank you. There are no further questions? Okay, that being the case, then I'll return to the matter that Councillor Mead has just raised, because if anyone feels strongly opposed to any one of the remits, we would need to vote on them separately. But in the interest of time, is there anybody who wishes to vote on any particular one differently from the rest, or can we do them as a whole?
Mayor McIntyre, if we do them as, I mean, there's some there that I don't have any interest in supporting, but I don't want to drag it out. So maybe we just take out some by exception. I mean, and to be honest, councillors, it has as much weight as submissions to central government. So there's a bit of context there, really. Yeah.
So when you say by exception, do you wish to identify which ones you would
So
take
not the enhanced role for government in supporting whatever that is. I'm not particularly fussed on the devolution of place naming authority. If we were to, I guess, to pick the top 3 that are of importance to us, maybe.
Well, I think probably what we might just do is do it on the voices, motion by motion.
Just do it separately.
I would, however, prefer it if we could have one debate and then just
Yeah,
pick
we
out
don't
the
need to-
particular
yeah.
topics that you wish to focus on. Although is that problematic? Because do I need movers and seconders for each individual remit?
I guess if you want to take them individually, yes, you do need a mover and seconder for each one, but somebody could decide to be a mover and seconder for the whole lot, and we just take it down and break it down in parts.
All right.
Like we've done previously.
Then, in the interest of simplicity, I will move all of those remits and just ask, I'll just go around very quickly, could I have a seconder for number 1, please? The Dog Control Act from Councillor Luke. For number 2, Councillor Corrales. Number 3, financial support for government reform, implementation costs. Thank you, Councillor Strange. Number 4, Councillor Moroney. Thank you. Number 5, devolution of place naming authority, Councillor Nihar. Number 6, the enhanced role for government in supporting subnational diplomacy. Right, that's going to be awkward for me. Thank you, Councillor Casey Cox. I'll explain why when we get to debate. Number 7, bulk funding of transport activities. Councillor Thompson, thank you. Number 8, improving LTP audit requirements. That's to Deputy Mayor. And number 9, a fair approach to uneconomic transport infrastructure funding. Councillor Pike. That's good.
Further to Councillor Leary's talk about the weighting of this, but also in the process, throughout the process, I guess the weighting and the priorities become clear on the strength of passion from all the councils and the level of support. So, yeah, it's not necessarily a hard yes or no. It's kind of it comes out in the wash a bit as well, and with comments and questions. Yeah. So I guess just that context for.
But you are happy to second the 9th there? So who is seconding the number 9? That's seconded by Councillor Bidder. Okay, so we have a mover and seconder for each of the remits individually. We'll have one debate, but I think we'll probably ought to take probably take all of them on the voices, so maybe we can go quite quickly. I'll move to the debate, and as the mover, I will just circle back to number 6. I must admit I was a bit surprised when I saw the wording of that, but just so that you know, this was a matter that Mayor Grant Smith, the Mayor of Palmerston North, and I put forward at the Metro Sector meeting a couple of months ago in Wellington, and it was supported unanimously. Essentially, it was about saying we need to find ways to enhance our sister city relationships and to use MFAT and government resources to make sure that we are making the most of our sister city arrangements. And so I would very much encourage you, please, to support it. I was a little bit surprised when I saw the final wording, because a lot of wordsmithing went on, but I honestly can't see that it is remotely controversial, and in fact it could be hugely beneficial to Hamilton as we look to make the best of our existing sister city relationships. A more general comment that I'd make is that I think that this reflects the fact that LGNZ is actually working really well at the moment, and I know that there have been reservations about LGNZ both in this chamber and in other territorial authorities in recent times, but Rohette Stoltz is providing superb leadership. There has been significant change in the way LGNZ is operating. I believe at the moment that LGNZ is absolutely needed by the local government sector as we try to engage with the government across a range of really significant challenges. And these remits, to my mind, are all consistent with a focused approach. They don't all deal with the major topics that we've been talking about today, but they are all relevant. I don't think any are subject to the sort of criticism that we've seen in the past being levelled at LGNZ. So I will be supporting all of them, but obviously you'll have to form your own views on each one. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. As one of the alternates, and I guess I'll use my debate speech to check that I understand that being an alternate means that I'm called up should we not have our 2 representatives in place. Thank you for acknowledging that's the case. So look forward to, in the event that that occurs, participating in the debate on these remits. I think they are all important in their own right. Some of them more important to perhaps some of the other regions than to us. I can't imagine, for example, where we might find an uneconomic transport infrastructure piece that doesn't have traffic volumes enough to warrant its upkeep in Hamilton City. But obviously there are somewhere in the country where that is actually of concern. I want to particularly note that the Dog Control Act reform and the improved regulation of vape retailers is of importance to safety and amenity in a city like ours, and that obviously I've just lost battery power on my laptop, but the other ones that come to mind, thank you, Councillor Mead, are around getting implementation costs for the government reform that's coming at us. I think that that's well overdue for Local Government New Zealand to be advocating strongly on that. And because this still hasn't worked, I will leave my debate speech there. But there are a number of these areas that I think are relevant to us, and I think it's important that we do have an organisation like Local Government New Zealand where we can collectivise and take this advocacy to government. Does it always work? No, but if we're not there making the case, then it will 100% of the time not work. So it is important. I do enjoy the engagement that I've had through Local Government New Zealand locally with Zone 2, and I look forward to seeing some of these remits going through. Kia ora.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, please.
Look, I won't be supporting 5, the devolution of place names. I mean, I obviously respect regional views, but notwithstanding that there's local interpretations over place names, I think there is also a value in a national wider view on such things. I note that Northland is mentioned as an example during the preamble, and in light of some of the region's decisions in terms of its local authority makeup recently, which led to a national government response removing voting powers for non-elected representatives. I'm not sure I want to leave such decisions to regions alone without some sort of wider discussion. So that's not something I'll be supporting.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I'm broadly supportive of the remits, in particular the dog control remit, because in my experience of being in that space, the team would greatly benefit from added powers, added ability to do their job better, essentially. If I look at the remits broadly, a number of them are looking for better balance between local decision-making and central government requirements. Some of the remits are more granular than others, but the general direction is tweaking for improvement. I do find the remit model a little bit challenging because I like to interrogate things directly, and so having things secondhand where I can't necessarily speak with the author I find a little bit challenging. It's not my preference, but I understand I understand why this is part of the process. I'm happy enough with the direction and balance of the remits, and I'm happy to support work that local government is doing as a sector to apply pressure to central government to achieve outcomes that allow us to operate more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
Yeah, first one is on number two vapes. I don't think that goes near far enough. The sooner we get rid of those, the better altogether, like Australia has. And this is we're going halfway here, so I know it's a start, but they're just everywhere, and that's an endemic on our society that I'd love to see gone. With regards to number 5, I place all my trust in our 2 elected representatives who want to bring to our council what we need to change, and I don't believe at times we should be told by someone in Wellington what we need to do. So you're here for a reason, and in you I place my trust.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Right, I'm relaxed in terms of supporting all of these. I do feel particularly strongly, as I've spoken on before, around the Dog Control Act reform, so I won't repeat my comments now. Also in regard to bulk funding of transport activities, sounds like a boring, dry topic, but it would save us a lot of grief and a lot of money. So, for example, right now, because of the uncertainty that we have in regard to our transport funding, that drives our model of delivery to be more heavily reliant on consultants, because we don't know if we'll have this much funding or that much funding following the long-term plan, following NZTA finally coming up with, the government finally coming up with its funding decisions, which are often months after our long-term plan has been signed off. So that makes it more difficult for us to find more efficient ways to deliver transport programs. It also means that there's greater flexibility with local knowledge and decision making. So I gave the example at Regional Council where they could actually be more nimble in deciding a bus service is not working as well as it should, and actually that money would be better spent on another service. So there's a lot of admin, a lot of time that goes into box ticking with NZTA and meeting various requirements and hurdles. That's fine if it's a really large project that requires a big business case, but for more day-to-day stuff, actually, I think as a council right now we're doing really well with our scrutiny of transport projects and ensuring that we're getting best value for money, and we should trust ourselves in that and ask for government to trust us too.
Councillor Bidder, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I do have a big worry about 5 devolving place names to councils. There is an existing system. Creating a new system is another burden on councillors and staff. We could be lobbied by lots of opportunistic changes which upset as many people as it helps, leading to consultation processes, cost, distraction, appeasement. It's just simpler to leave it as is. It's not core to what we need to do.
Thank you. Councillor Niha, please.
Kia ora tātou. As a member of the Dog Control Committee, in supporting one, we are supporting our dog control unit who support that remit, so definitely in support. On the second one, I think Councillor Mead put that pretty apt regarding the vaping, and I'm definitely in support of number 5, and in particular, because as it reads, the centralised system has produced outcomes that lack local knowledge, overlook iwi and hapu relationships, or fail to reflect the community's lived history. In regards to local iwi and hapu, we would never name a place up north, and I certainly don't expect a centralised group to do so either. Those names and places are to be for the local people, hapu and iwi, who are from there and know those histories. Kia ora.
Senior Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mayor McIntyre. I wasn't going to say anything. Remits are just a bit yawn for me. But I think I'd caution, I mean, there's 1 or 2 here that I won't vote for, but I think I would caution, I'm listening to the comments around vaping, and I think the approach is completely wrong from LGNZ and from the zones. We are asking for more work, more money, and with more things to do when actually we should have been pushing back on the government to keep smoke-free New Zealand, because we would have been there by now. So I think this is where LGNZ and councils fail, because we're just asking for more work that's going to cost us more money. And if we got it right, if it's right for, I think, a metro city or a local area, it's probably going to be right for the whole of New Zealand. So, I mean, I'm going to support it, but this is where I think they get things wrong. It's, come on, central government, give us more to do, more cost, less efficiency. It's not the right way. But anyway, I felt compelled to say something.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales, please.
I also wasn't going to say anything, but I do want to explain my position on one thing. There are a number that I strongly support, and perhaps 1 or 2 that I'm on the fence of, but there is one that I'm really on the fence on, and that is number 5, because and I'm a big supporter of local voice and regional, self-determination. But in terms of the remit itself, I'm not clear that it is an issue nationally or for anyone other than those referenced in the actual remit. So, if the problem statement was clearly articulated as something that was important to, broader than what it is, then I would support it. But today, actually, I've made up my mind I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appear to have reached the end of the debate, so we're going to vote on each remit separately. Would it be easier to do it on the board for each one?
Yeah, please.
It probably would be. Okay, so we will need to go to the board for each one and try to be reasonably quick. So we're we're voting on each one separately, and the first is the Priorities for Dog Control Act reform. Please go to the board.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. The second is the improved regulation of vape retailers. Yeah. Would you like to vote again? No. Okay.
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Bitter and Councillor Mead dissenting.
Thank you. Number 3, financial support for government reform implementation costs. Don't you dare vote against it. Yeah, we're going to be shooting at both feet. Yeah. We're waiting for someone?
Deputy Mayor, can you vote, please?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Number 4, removal of representation review requirements during the Simplifying Local Government Reform. We had a good discussion of that yesterday in our workshop.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Number 5, the devolution of place naming authority to territorial authorities. Ooh. So someone hasn't voted? Yes, it is a split vote. Could we reset? Yes, somebody here hasn't voted. So we'll reset and vote again, because... So please ensure... We have everybody here. Please ensure you do vote now on number 5.
The motion is carried 8-4-7 against.
Yeah, fair enough. That's... Yeah, no, I'll follow that later. We move on to number 6, the enhanced role for government in supporting subnational diplomacy, which is essentially strengthening, well, making the most of our sister city relationships. Again, somebody hasn't voted. It's not some.
Yeah.
So yes. So we're voting again. This is the subnational diplomacy one. Please all try to vote. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Number 7, bulk funding of transport activities.
The motion is carried unanimously.
I don't think I need it for that one. Number 8 is improving LTP audit requirements.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And the final remit is number 9, a fairer approach to uneconomic transport infrastructure funding.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you all. It's just coming up to 3 o'clock, and that brings an end to our open meeting. In a moment, we'll move the standard resolution. And what I suggest we do is take a 10-minute adjournment so that everyone can have a cup of tea and a comfort stop, and aim to be back here at 3:10 for our public excluded session. Could I please have somebody to move? The Deputy Mayor has moved the resolution and seconded by Councillor Bidder. Even though a number of you don't perhaps know what we're voting on at the moment, I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. So we'll have a 10-minute break, and please be back here at 3:10 for our public excluded agenda.